Hey everyone, tonight we're setting sail through the swirling mists of time, back to when our world was just a fiery ball of chaos and the idea of life was only a glimmer in the universe's eye. Before you get cozy, take a second to hit that like button and subscribe if these late-night journeys spark your curiosity. And drop a comment telling me where you're listening from and what time it is. I love seeing how far our little sleep tribe reaches. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, and maybe let a soft breeze hum in the background. Let's drift back together and watch the story of Earth unfold. A short history of the world in space. Now, let's take a dreamy dive into our planet's story, which, believe it or not, is still a bit of a mystery. Just a couple of hundred years ago, folks were scratching their heads over history that barely stretched back 3,000 years. Anything before that? Well, it was all legends and wild guesses, like trying to guess what's in Aunt Edna's mystery casserole. Back in the day, many believed the world popped into existence in 4004 BC, and they couldn't even agree if it was spring or autumn. Talk about a precise guess, right? This notion came from a rather literal reading of the Hebrew Bible, mixed with some theological assumptions that were about as solid as a house of cards in a windstorm. Thankfully, most religious teachers have ditched that idea, and now we know the universe has been hanging around for a ridiculously long time, possibly forever. Sure, it might look like a room with mirrors making it seem endless, but the idea that the universe is only 6,000 or 7,000 years old, yeah, that's been tossed out like yesterday's leftovers. Now let's talk about our lovely planet. It's a spheroid, kind of like an orange that's been squished a bit, with a diameter of nearly 8,000 miles. People have known about its roundness for about 2,500 years, but before that, they thought it was flat. Can you imagine? They had all sorts of wacky ideas about how it related to the sky, stars, and planets. Nowadays, we know it spins on its axis every 24 hours, giving us day and night, and it orbits the sun in a slightly wonky oval path. The distance from the sun, it varies between 91.5 million miles at its closest and 94.5 million miles at its farthest. That's a lot of space to cover, folks. And let's not forget our little buddy, the moon, which orbits us at an average distance of 239,000 miles. But wait, there's more. We've got other planets zipping around the sun too. Mercury and Venus are hanging out at 36 and 67 million miles away, while Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune are way out there at distances that sound like they belong in a sci-fi novel. 141, 483, 886, 1,782, and 1,793 million miles, respectively. Now, those numbers are pretty mind-boggling, right? So let's shrink it down a bit. Imagine our Earth as a tiny ball, just 1 inch in diameter. The sun would be this massive globe 9 feet across, sitting about 323 yards away. That's like a fifth of a mile, or a brisk 5-minute walk. The moon? Just a little pea, 2.5 feet from our Earth. And between the Earth and the sun, we'd have Mercury and Venus hanging out at 125 and 250 yards away from the sun. Then, after a whole lot of emptiness, we'd find Mars, 175 feet away, Jupiter nearly a mile off, Saturn a little smaller at 2 miles, Uranus 4 miles away, and Neptune 6 miles off. And then, nothing. Just a vast emptiness filled with tiny particles and wisps of vapor for thousands of miles. The nearest star? Oh, that would be a whopping 40,000 miles away on this scale. These numbers help paint a picture of the immense void of space where the drama of life unfolds. Because, in all this vast emptiness, we only know for sure that life exists on the surface of our Earth. We barely penetrate 3 miles down into the 4,000 miles that separate us from the center of our globe, and we don't reach more than 5 miles above its surface. It's like the universe is a giant, empty theater, and we're the only act in the show. The deepest ocean dredgings? They barely scrape 5 miles down. The highest recorded flight of an airplane? Just over 4 miles. Humans have floated up 7 miles in balloons, but let me tell you, it's not a pleasant ride. No bird can fly that high, and if tiny birds or insects get carried up by planes, they just drop like rocks. Now, let's shift gears to the world in time. In the last 50 years, scientists have been spinning some pretty fascinating theories about the age and origin of our Earth. But don't worry, I won't bore you with all the complex math and physics. It's like trying to read a cookbook in a foreign language. The general consensus seems to be that our planet has been spinning around the sun for longer than 2 billion years. Yes, you heard that right, 2 billion. That's a time span that makes your head spin faster than a roller coaster. Before that, the sun, Earth, and all the other planets were likely just a swirling mass of matter in space. Telescopes reveal luminous spiral clouds of matter, the spiral nebulae, which seem to be rotating around a center. Many astronomers think our sun and its planets were once part of such a spiral, slowly condensing into their current forms. Through eons that stretch back into the mists of time, the Earth and its moon were spinning faster than a top on a sugar rush, much closer to the sun, and probably glowing like molten lava. If we could travel back to that fiery stage of Earth's history, we'd be greeted by a scene that looks more like a blast furnace than anything you'd find today. No water in sight, just superheated steam swirling in a stormy atmosphere filled with sulfur and metallic vapors, while beneath it all, an ocean of molten rock bubbled and boiled. Quite the party, huh? Across a sky painted with fiery clouds, the sun and moon would race like hot breaths of flame, hurrying through the heavens. But as eons drifted by, this fiery spectacle would gradually cool down, losing its explosive glow. The vapors above would start to rain down, becoming less dense, while great, slaggy cakes of rock would emerge from the molten sea, only to sink beneath it, replaced by other floating masses. Can you imagine the sun and moon, each growing smaller and more distant, rushing across the sky with less urgency? The moon, now a mere shadow of its former self, would cool down, flickering between eclipses and full moons, like a cosmic game of peekaboo. And so, with a mind-numbing slowness, the Earth began to resemble the planet we know today. Eventually, a time would come when the cooling air would gather steam, condensing into clouds, and the first rain would hiss down upon the rocks below. For countless millennia, most of the Earth's water would still be vaporized, hanging out in the atmosphere like a bad guest at a party, while hot streams would flow over the crystallizing rocks, creating pools and lakes that would carry sediment like a toddler with a messy snack. Picture this. If we could have visited Earth back then, we'd be standing on massive lava-like rocks, with not a hint of soil or living vegetation in sight, under a sky that looked like it had just survived a storm. Hot, violent winds would whip around us, far fiercer than any tornado you've ever seen, while rain would pour down in torrents that would make our modern drizzle look like a gentle sprinkle. The muddy water would rush past us, carrying the spoils of the rocks, carving deep gorges and canyons as it hurried to deposit its sediment in the earliest seas. Through the clouds, we'd catch glimpses of a great sun moving across the sky, followed by the moon, which back then was spinning around like it had too much coffee, showing us the side it now keeps hidden. Time marched on. 1 million years after another, the days grew longer, the sun became more distant and milder, and the moon slowed its frantic pace. The storms calmed, and the water in the seas began to gather, forming the vast oceans we know today. But life? Nah, not yet. The seas were as lifeless as a forgotten sock at the back of your drawer, and the rocks were barren. Now, let's talk about the beginnings of life. As everyone knows, our understanding of life before human memory comes from the markings and fossils found in the rocks. We've got bones, shells, fibers, stems, fruits, footprints, and scratchings all preserved in layers of shale, slate, limestone, and sandstone, sitting side by side with the ripple marks of ancient tides and the pittings of the first raindrops. It's like piecing together a jigsaw puzzle that's been tossed around in a blender. The whole geological record stretches back about 1,600,000,000 years. The earliest rocks, dubbed Azoic rocks by geologists, are like that one friend who shows up to a party and just stands there, no traces of life whatsoever. Huge swathes of these Azoic rocks are exposed in North America, and they're so thick that geologists think they represent at least half of that colossal time span. Let me repeat that half of the time since land and sea first emerged has left us with no signs of life. Just ripples and rain marks, but no living thing in sight. Then, as we climb up the record, signs of life start to pop up like unwanted weeds in a garden. This era is called the Lower Paleozoic Age, where we first see the humble beginnings of life. Tiny shellfish, the delicate heads of zoophytes, seaweeds, and the tracks of sea worms and crustaceans. And oh, the trilobites! These little critters were like the original roly-polies, rolling themselves into ball. A few million years later, we'd meet the sea scorpions, more mobile and powerful than anything the world had seen before. But don't get too excited. None of these creatures were particularly large. The biggest sea scorpions were a measly 9 feet long, just a tad smaller than your average car. Now, here's the kicker. There's no sign of land life, no plants or animals, no fishes, nothing vertebrate in this part of the record. All the plants and creatures that left their marks were shallow water and intertidal beings. If we wanted to find a modern parallel, we just need to take a drop of water from a rock pool or a scummy ditch and peek at it under a microscope. The little crustaceans, shellfish, zoophytes, and algae we'd find there would look strikingly similar to those clumsy, larger ancestors that once ruled the planet. But let's not kid ourselves. The lower Paleozoic rocks probably don't represent the very first beginnings of life. Unless a creature had bones, shells, or was hefty enough to leave footprints, it's unlikely it would leave any fossilized traces behind. Today, there are countless species of soft-bodied creatures that will never leave a mark for future geologists to discover. Imagine the millions upon millions of species that lived, thrived, and vanished without a trace, all while the warm waters of ancient seas swirled around them, long as a small car, and just as terrifying if you can imagine that. Picture this. Shallow lakes and seas during the Azoic PRD, a time when life was more jelly than flesh, filled with squishy, shell-less creatures and a kaleidoscope of green, scummy plants spreading across sunlit intertidal rocks and beaches. It's like a bizarre underwater salad bar, but with way less hygiene. Now, the record of the rocks. It's not exactly a complete diary of life's past. Think of it more like a bank ledger. Sure, it keeps track of some transactions, but it's not listing every single person in the neighborhood. Only when a species starts to get fancy and grows a shell, a spicule, or some sort of lime-supported stem does it make it onto the record. Before that, it's like they didn't even exist. And lurking in those ancient rocks, sometimes you find graphite, that slick form of uncombined carbon, which some scientists speculate might have been kicked out by some mysterious living things. Kind of like the universe's way of saying, "Hey, I was here first." Now, let's dive into the age of fishes, back when people thought the world was just a few thousand years old and that every plant and animal was set in stone, created exactly as they are today. But as folks began to dig into the record of the rocks, they started to suspect that life wasn't just a one-and-done deal. Nope, it was more like a slow, awkward dance of evolution, where species changed and developed over eons, all stemming from some simple, squishy ancestor floating around in those Azoic seas. This whole idea of organic evolution stirred up quite the ruckus, especially back when believing in it was seen as a no-no for good Christians, Jews, and Muslims. But thankfully, that ship has sailed, and now even the most orthodox folks can nod along to the idea that we all share a common origin. Isn't that comforting? Life didn't just pop into existence like a magician pulling a rabbit out of a hat. No, it grew slowly through vast stretches of time that would make your head spin. From a mere wiggle in the intertidal slime, life was on a quest for freedom, power, and consciousness. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Life is made up of individuals, definite, unique beings. They're not like the dull, lifeless rocks or those endlessly still crystals. No, these little guys can munch on stuff and reproduce. They eat, they breed, and they pass on their traits to their offspring, who are mostly like them but with a twist. It's like a family reunion where everyone looks familiar but has that one cousin who shows up with a wild new hairstyle. Scientists scratch their heads trying to explain why offspring resemble their parents while also being different. But it's common sense that if the environment changes, so should the species. Some individuals will thrive while others, well, let's just say they'll be the ones who don't make it to the next generation. This process, called natural selection, is less of a theory and more of a duh moment when you look at how life works. Now, many scientists have speculated about how life first began, and while their ideas are fascinating, no one has cracked the code just yet. Most agree it likely kicked off in warm, shallow brackish waters, where life spread up the beaches and out into the open sea. Imagine a world with strong tides and currents, where individuals were constantly getting swept away, dried out, or dragged down into the depths. It was a brutal survival game, and those who could hold on, form a protective outer layer, or develop a taste for food were the ones who made it. The earliest shells and body armor? Probably just fancy coats to keep from drying out rather than protection from predators. But don't worry, tooth and claw made their entrance soon enough. For ages, water scorpions ruled the roost, but then, in a rock division called the Silurian dating back about 500 million years, new players emerged. These were the first backboned animals, the earliest fishes, equipped with eyes, teeth, and swimming skills that would make any Olympic swimmer jealous. And boy, did they multiply. By the time we hit the Devonian system, these fishes were everywhere, so much so that this PRD is often dubbed the Age of Fishes. They zipped through the waters, leaping into the air, munching on seaweed, and engaging in a game of predator and prey that added a vibrant energy to the oceans. Now, don't get too comfortable. None of these fish were the size of a whale. Most were just 2 or 3 feet long, but there were some exceptional forms that could stretch out as long as a small car. And trust me, you wouldn't want to meet one of those in a dark alley or a dark ocean, for that matter. Imagine a time when the world was a barren, lifeless expanse, with crags and rocky uplands soaking up the sun and rain, but not much else. No soil, no earthworms to do their magic, and definitely no plants to break up the rocks into something useful. Just a whole lot of nothing, except for the sea, teeming with life. Now let's rewind a bit to those ancient fishes. Picture them swimming around, some of them as long as 20 feet. They were the rock stars of their time, but we really don't know much about their ancestors. It's like trying to trace your family tree back to the Stone Age. Good luck with that. Zoologists have their theories, mostly based on the eggs of their modern relatives, but it's all a bit murky. Think of their ancestors as soft-bodied, tiny swimmers, who eventually decided that having teeth was a good idea. I mean, who wouldn't want a mouthful of teeth like a skate or a dogfish? Those teeth turned into scales that covered their bodies, and just like that, they swam out of the shadows of history into the light of the geological record. Now, let's talk about the age of the coal swamps. Sounds cozy, right? But it was anything but. The land was still pretty much a no-go zone for life. The climate was all over the place, thanks to some complex factors like the Earth's orbit doing a little dance, the poles shifting, and continents playing musical chairs. One moment it was icy and cold, the next it was warm and inviting. It was a roller coaster of climate changes, with volcanic eruptions shaking things up, and then long stretches of peace where frost and rain wore down the mountains, filling the seas with silt. You see, the Earth has had its fair share of high and deep ages and low and level ones. Forget the idea that the planet has been steadily cooling since it formed. Nope, there were times when ice and snow ruled even back in the Azoic PRD. But as the age of fishes wound down, life finally decided it was time to make a move onto land. Plants were the first brave pioneers, figuring out how to stand tall and soak up sunlight without the buoyant water holding them up. They developed woody tissue for support and to transport water from the swampy ground below. And just like that, the record of the rocks became a bustling metropolis of swamp plants. Think giant tree mosses, tree ferns, and enormous horsetails. And with these plants came a parade of critters crawling out of the water. Centipedes, millipedes, the first primitive insects, and even some ancestors of today's spiders and scorpions. Some of those early insects were massive imagined dragonflies with wingspans of 29 inches. Talk about a flying nightmare. These new creatures had to adapt to breathing air, which was a bit of a challenge since they were used to gills. But evolution is a crafty thing. They developed ways to keep their lungs moist, because let's face it, a dry lung is a one-way ticket to suffocation. The old gills just wouldn't cut it on land, so the swimming bladder of fish evolved into lungs. Enter the amphibians, frogs, and newts who started their lives in water, breathing through gills. As they grew up, their lungs took over and they became land dwellers, but they still needed to hang out near water to lay their eggs. So, while they were land animals, they were also kind of like that friend who always needs to be near a bathroom. All the air-breathing vertebrates of this swampy age were related to today's newts, and some of them were quite sizable. They were land animals, sure, but they thrived in moist, swampy areas, just like the towering trees around them. None of these plants had figured out how to drop fruits and seeds that could survive on dry land, so they all had to shed their spores in water. It was a wild, damp party, and everyone was invited, as long as they didn't mind getting a little wet. It's fascinating to think about how life has adapted over the ages. I mean, if you look closely, you can see the intricate dance of evolution, like a grand performance where every creature plays its part, all thanks to the beautiful science of comparative anatomy. Picture this: all living things, from the tiniest plant to the mightiest animal, are essentially water-based beings. Yep, even us humans started our journey in a cozy little egg with gill slits, just like fish. But don't worry, we didn't emerge from the water looking like a soggy tadpole. Those gill slits disappeared before we took our first breath of air. Now, think about the fish for a moment. Their bare, water-washed eyes are like the ultimate no-makeup look. But as we evolved, we got eyelids and glands to keep those peepers nice and moist. And let's not forget about our ears. Those weaker sound vibrations in the air meant we needed a drum to catch the sounds. It's like life was constantly patching itself up to fit into this new, airy world. Now, let's drift back to the Carboniferous Age, a time when life thrived in swamps and lagoons, while the hills were still as barren as a desert. Life had learned to breathe air but still clung to its watery roots, needing to return to the water to reproduce. Then came the Age of Reptiles, a time marked by dry spells and bitter cold. The fossil record shows us thick deposits of sandstones, where the once abundant swamp vegetation now lay compressed, turning into the coal we use today. It's like nature's way of recycling, but with a twist. During these tough times, life didn't just sit around sulking. No, it adapted and evolved, giving rise to new forms of animals and plants. We saw the emergence of vertebrates that laid eggs, but instead of hatching into tadpoles, they developed into little creatures ready to conquer the land from the get-go. Gills? Gone. Just a distant memory of their aquatic past. And while the reptiles were strutting their stuff, seed-bearing trees were popping up, spreading their seeds far and wide, no longer tied to swamps. Picture palm-like cycads and tropical conifers, but no flowers or grasses, yet just a lush world of ferns and a growing variety of insects. Beetles were buzzing around, but bees and butterflies were still fashionably late to the party. As the Earth's crust shifted and the climate warmed, life flourished. This PRD, known as the Mesozoic, lasted over 200 million years, a time when reptiles ruled the roost. But don't get too comfortable. This era came to an end about 80 million years ago. Today we have a handful of reptiles left, like snakes and turtles, but back then they were everywhere. Imagine a world filled with giant turtles, massive crocodiles, and lizards galore. And let's not forget the dinosaurs, those colossal creatures that could make a whale look like a goldfish. The Diplodocus, for instance, stretched a whopping 84 feet from snout to tail, while the Gigantosaurus was even bigger, reaching a staggering 100 feet. While these giants grazed on the lush vegetation, there were also carnivorous dinosaurs lurking around, like the infamous Tyrannosaurus, the poster child for reptilian terror. But wait, there's more. Some reptiles decided to take to the skies. Enter the pterodactyls, the first flying creatures with backbones, who leapt and glided through the trees like they owned the place. And just when you thought it couldn't get any wilder, some reptiles returned to the sea, evolving into massive swimming beings like the mosasaurs and plesiosaurs. The plesiosaur, with its long neck and stout body, was like a prehistoric version of a swan, gliding through the water, searching for its next meal. So, as you drift off to sleep, think about this incredible journey through time. A world where life was constantly adapting, evolving, and sometimes just trying to survive in the most bizarre ways. Sweet dreams. Imagine a world where the land was ruled by colossal creatures, lumbering around like they owned the place. Welcome to the Mesozoic Age, where life was thriving in ways that would make our modern-day pets look like couch potatoes. Picture it. Enormous land animals, more powerful and active than anything that had ever crawled, slithered, or stomped before. It was like nature's version of a blockbuster movie, complete with epic battles and jaw-dropping special effects. Meanwhile, down in the oceans, things were bubbling with excitement too. Enter the ammonites, those squid-like wonders with their coiled, chambered shells. They were the rock stars of the shallow seas, basking in their moment of glory. Sadly, they didn't stick around for the sequel, leaving us with only the pearly nautilus as their distant cousin, still swimming in tropical waters. And let's not forget the fish. They decided to ditch their heavy armor for lighter, sleeker scales, becoming the cool kids of the aquatic world. Now, let's drift into the realm of the first birds and mammals. Picture lush vegetation and swarming reptiles, all basking in the sun during the Mesozoic's great summer of life. Dinosaurs were the kings of the hot jungles, while pterodactyls flitted about, probably making a racket as they chased after insects buzzing around the still flowerless shrubs. But lurking on the fringes were some less glamorous creatures, the small hopping reptiles, who were learning to adapt to the changing world. These little guys faced a dilemma: adapt to the colder climates or risk extinction. So what did they do? They started growing quill-like scales that eventually morphed into the first feathers. Yes, feathers came before wings. Who knew? These new adaptations helped them invade colder regions, where they could snuggle up and keep warm. And while most reptiles were like, "Hey, eggs, you're on your own," some of these clever critters decided to guard their eggs and keep them cozy with their body heat. Talk about parental instincts. As these creatures evolved, they became warm-blooded, no longer reliant on basking in the sun like their scaly relatives. The earliest birds were probably seabirds, living off fish, with limbs that resembled paddles rather than wings. And then there's the kiwi, a bird that's basically the poster child for "I don't fly and I don't care." Now, if you could magically teleport back to the Mesozoic, you might be surprised to find that birds were not exactly the life of the party. You could wander for days without spotting one, while pterodactyls and insects were throwing a wild bash among the ferns. And as for mammals, they were practically invisible, tiny creatures scurrying around, completely overlooked by the larger-than-life dinosaurs. These early mammals were also adapting to the harsh conditions, developing quill-like fur instead of feathers and keeping their young safe inside their bodies until they were ready to face the world. Most of them became viviparous, giving birth to, live young and forming protective bonds. But there were a couple of oddballs, like the duck-billed platypus and the echidna, who decided to lay eggs instead. The echidna even carries its eggs in a pouch, like a little marsupial ninja. So, while a visitor in the Mesozoic might have searched high and low for a bird or a mammal, they would have found them to be the quirky underdogs of the age. The age of reptiles lasted an astounding 80 million years, and if some hypothetical being had been watching, they might have thought the dinosaurs were invincible, basking in eternal sunshine. But then, the universe had other plans. Slowly but surely, the tides began to turn. The Mesozoic era started to face its own version of a cosmic plot twist. With each passing age, conditions changed, mountains shifted, and seas reformed. The fossil record shows us that as the Mesozoic age waned, life forms began to fluctuate wildly, with new and bizarre species popping up everywhere. Under the looming threat of extinction, older species were pushed to their limits, showcasing their remarkable ability to adapt. Take the ammonites, for example. In their final act, they displayed an array of fantastical forms, proving that when the going gets tough, the tough get creative. In a world where stability was fading, the ordinary was about to give way to the extraordinary. Imagine a time when the world was a very different place. A time when the age of reptiles reigned supreme. But then, something changed, and the dinosaurs, those colossal lizards that once roamed the earth, vanished into thin air. Plesiosaurs, ichthyosaurs, and even the flying pterodactyls, poof, gone. It's like they never existed, leaving behind no descendants, just a haunting silence, and maybe a few fossilized bones for us to ponder over. The cold swept in like an uninvited guest at a party, and it turned out that all their fancy adaptations weren't enough to keep them alive. It was a slow-motion massacre of Mesozoic life, and when the dust settled, a new chapter began. The world was still bleak, but it was changing. The cycads and tropical conifers that once dominated the landscape were replaced by trees that decided shedding their leaves was a smart move to survive the winter's icy grip. And guess what? Birds and mammals were starting to stake their claim, stepping into the spotlight like they were auditioning for the lead role in the next big blockbuster. Then came the Kinozoic PRD, a time of upheaval and volcanic activity that could make even the most seasoned geologist raise an eyebrow. The Alps, Himalayas, Rockies, and Andes were moved up like nature's version of a dramatic makeover, and suddenly, the map of the world was starting to look a bit more familiar, like a rough draft of what we know today. Fast forward about 40 to 80 million years, and the climate was a mixed bag. It started austere, then warmed up, only to throw us into a series of glacial ages that felt like Mother Nature was playing a cruel game of freeze tag. We're still trying to figure out what makes the climate tick. So who knows if we're heading for endless sunshine or another ice age. It's like trying to predict the weather in a world where volcanoes are throwing tantrums. But here's where it gets interesting. Grasses appeared for the first time, and suddenly, there was pasture. Grazing animals popped up, and with them came the carnivores ready to play the predator game. Early mammals were like the sequel to the dinosaurs, but with a twist. They were a bit like their reptilian predecessors, but the differences were profound. The real kicker? Mammals had this nifty little thing called parental care. Unlike reptiles, who just laid their eggs and ghosted, mammals stuck around to nurture their young. This meant that baby mammals could learn from their parents, communicate, and even form social bonds. It was like the dawn of a new era, where the possibility of teamwork and mutual understanding blossomed. As we journey through the record of time, we see a steady increase in brain capacity among mammals. Take the Titanotherium, for instance, a beast that roamed the earth with a brain smaller than a modern rhinoceros. But as time went on, mammals began to form herds and packs, watching out for each other, imitating one another, and creating a social life that was a first for vertebrates. Sure, reptiles might hang out in groups, but that's just a survival tactic. Mammals, on the other hand, actually enjoy each other's company. They're not just hanging out because they're in the same place at the same time. They like being together. And that's where we find ourselves, pondering the differences between the cold-blooded instincts of reptiles and the warm, fuzzy feelings of mammals. We can't quite grasp the simplicity of a reptile's motives because our own are tangled in complexities. But with mammals and birds, there's a connection. They express their feelings, and we can bond with them, creating a relationship that's both fascinating and heartwarming. So, as we drift off into sleep, let's remember that the world has come a long way since the days of dinosaurs, and the story of life continues to unfold in the most unexpected ways. They mark a new way for folks to connect and rely on each other. You can almost feel the excitement in the air, can't you? As the Kinozoic PRD rolled out like a long, cozy blanket, the plants and animals started looking more like the ones we know today. The big, awkward Uintatheres and Titanotheres, along with the Entelodonts and Hyracoddons, these were the lumbering giants of their time, and honestly, they were about as graceful as a hippo on roller skates. But then, poof, they disappeared. In their place, a parade of creatures emerged, evolving from their clumsy ancestors into the elegant giraffes, sturdy camels, swift horses, and majestic elephants we see today. Talk about a glow-up. The evolution of the horse is like a well-documented family saga, starting from a tiny tapir-like ancestor back in the early Kinozoic. And let's not forget about the llamas and camels, who also have their own fascinating family tree, because who doesn't love a good llama story? Now, let's dive into the world of monkeys, apes, and our not-so-distant relatives, the submen. Naturalists have this fancy way of sorting mammals into orders, and at the top of the list is the order primates, which includes lemurs, monkeys, apes, and, of course, us humans. Initially, they based this classification on anatomy alone, completely ignoring the fact that some of these critters might have a better sense of humor than your average human. But here's the kicker. The history of primates is like trying to read a book with half the pages missing. Most of these guys lived in forests or rocky hideouts, and they didn't exactly leave behind a treasure trove of fossils. So, while we've got a pretty good idea of what horses and camels were up to, the primate story is a bit murkier. Fast forward to about 40 million years ago, and we find primitive monkeys and lemurs making their debut, not exactly winning any intelligence awards but still managing to hang around. Then, the great world summer of the Middle Kinozoic came to a chilly end, ushering in an ice age that would make even the hardiest of creatures shiver. Picture hippos lounging in lush, subtropical plants, while a saber-toothed tiger, with fangs like swords, prowled around where today's journalists hustle about. But then, the weather took a turn for the worse. A massive extinction event swept through, taking out species left and right. Woolly rhinoceroses, mammoths, Arctic musk oxen, and reindeer all made their grand exits. The Arctic ice cap crept southward like an unwelcome guest, chilling everything in its path. Geologists label these wintry phases as the first, second, third, and fourth glacial ages, with warm interludes sprinkled in like a bad cake recipe. And here we are, living in a world still feeling the sting of that long, cold winter. The first glacial age kicked off around 600,000 years ago, and by the time the fourth glacial age hit its peak about 50,000 years ago, our ancestors were just trying to survive. Amidst the snow, the first man-like beings were wandering around, and it's a wonder they didn't trip over their own feet. By the Middle Cainozoic, various apes were strutting around with some quasi-human traits, but it wasn't until we approached those glacial ages that we found traces of creatures we could almost call human. These traces weren't bones, but tools, flints, and stones from Europe, dating back between 500,000 and 1,000,000 years. They were clearly made by some crafty creature looking to chip away at life, whether for hammering, scraping, or, let's be honest, probably for some good old-fashioned fighting. These tools are dubbed eoliths, or dawn stones, and while we don't have the bones of the toolmaker, we can only imagine it was some intelligent monkey with a flair for craftsmanship. Then, in Trinil, Java, we stumbled upon a piece of a skull and some teeth belonging to a sort of ape man, Pithecanthropus erectus or the walking ape man. This guy had a brain case bigger than any living ape, and he was likely strutting around on 2 legs, giving us a glimpse into our own evolution. Fast forward to about 250,000 years ago, and we find more evidence of these subhuman beings. Their tools were getting fancier, no longer the clumsy eoliths, but rather finely crafted instruments that would make any modern-day craftsman proud. Then, in a sandpit at Heidelberg, a jawbone was discovered, clumsy, chinless, and heavy, suggesting this creature was a hefty, almost human monster. They call it the Heidelberg Man, and let me tell you, that jawbone is a real tease. It's like peering through a foggy window into the past, catching just a glimpse of this creature lumbering through the wilderness, dodging saber-toothed tigers and woolly rhinoceroses. But wait, there's more. The remains of another creature were found at Piltdown in Sussex, dating back between 100 and 150,000 years ago. This one had a thick skull larger than any existing apes, paired with a jawbone that might or might not belong to it. Plus, it had a bat-shaped piece of elephant bone with a hole bored through it. What was this creature up to? Was it crafting tools or just really bored? And there you have it, a bizarre, slightly gross tale of our distant ancestors, filled with mystery, evolution, and a dash of dark humor. Scientific folks have dubbed him Eoanthropus, the Dawn Man, and let me tell you, he's not your average caveman. This guy stands out from his relatives, looking nothing like the Heidelberg creature or any living ape you might bump into at the zoo. In fact, there's no other fossil quite like him. But wait, as we dig deeper, literally we find that the gravels and deposits from about 100,000 years ago are bursting with flint tools and other stone implements. And these aren't your run-of-the-mill eoliths. Nope, archaeologists are now identifying scrapers, borers, knives, darts, throwing stones, and hand axes. We're getting closer to what we might call man. Now, hold on to your hats, because in the next section, we'll meet the Neanderthalers, those peculiar beings who were almost, but not quite, true men. But let's clear the air here. No scientist worth their salt thinks that either the Heidelberg Man or Eoanthropus is a direct ancestor of modern humans. They're more like distant cousins at a family reunion that you'd rather avoid. Now, let's talk about the Neanderthalers and their buddy, the Rhodesian man. Picture this. 50 or 60,000 years ago, before the grand finale of the Fourth Glacial Age, there was a creature roaming the earth that looked so much like a human that, until recently, people thought it was just that. We've got skulls and bones, and a treasure trove of large tools they made and used. They made fires, huddled in caves to escape the cold, and probably dressed in rough animal skins. They were right-handed, just like us. But here's the kicker: ethnologists now say these creatures weren't true men. They belonged to a different species within the same genus. Imagine heavy jaws, prominent brow ridges, and foreheads that could barely see the sky. Their thumbs? Not quite opposable like ours. And their necks? Let's just say they weren't winning any yoga competitions. They probably shuffled around with their heads down, looking like they were perpetually searching for lost change. Their jawbones were chinless and resembled the Heidelberg jaw, but were distinctly not human. And their teeth? Oh boy, they were a whole different ballgame, more complicated than ours, lacking the long fangs we're used to, and missing those sharp canines that make us feel so fierce. Now, their skulls had a capacity similar to ours, but the brain was shaped differently, bigger in the back and lower in the front. So, while they had the hardware, the software was on a different line altogether. The remains of these strange proto-men were discovered in Neanderthal, Germany, hence the name Neanderthal men, or Neanderthalers. They must have roamed Europe for hundreds, if not thousands of years, during a time when the climate was a far cry from what we know today. Picture Europe, blanketed in ice, stretching all the way down to the Thames and into central Germany and Russia. There wasn't even a channel separating Britain from France. The Mediterranean and the Red Sea, just great valleys with maybe a few lakes thrown in for good measure. Spain and the rest of Europe that wasn't frozen solid were bleak, icy uplands, colder than Labrador. You'd have to trek all the way to North Africa to find a climate that didn't make you want to hibernate. As the Neanderthaler wandered through this frigid landscape, he was likely munching on whatever he could scrounge: small game, fruits, berries, and roots. He might have been a mostly vegetarian, gnawing on twigs and roots, but we also find the long marrow bones of large animals in his caves, cracked open for a tasty treat. His weapons weren't exactly designed for a fair fight with massive beasts, but he probably used spears at tricky river crossings and even set traps. Maybe he followed herds, scavenging the leftovers from battles, playing the role of the jackal to the saber-toothed tiger that still roamed the land. Now, what did this Neanderthal man actually look like? Well, he might have been quite hairy and not very human-like at all. And who knows if he even walked upright. He could have been using his knuckles as much as his feet to get around. Most likely, he was a solo wanderer or hung out in small family groups. And based on the structure of his jaw, it seems he wasn't exactly chatting it up like we do today. For thousands of years, these Neanderthalers were the top dogs or, well, top proto-men of Europe. But then, around 30 to 35,000 years ago, as the climate warmed, a new breed of beings, smarter and more social, drifted into their territory from the south. These newcomers, the first true men, kicked the Neanderthalers out of their caves and hunting grounds, likely engaging in a bit of prehistoric warfare. These true men were our ancestors with brain cases, thumbs, necks, and teeth just like ours. In caves at Cro-Magnon and Grimaldi, we found the earliest truly human remains known to date. And just like that, our story begins to unfold in the record of the rocks. The world was starting to look a bit more familiar back then, even though the climate was still a bit rough around the edges. The glaciers were retreating in Europe, and the reindeer of France and Spain were giving way to herds of horses as grass began to flourish on the steppes. The mammoth? Well, it was becoming a rare sight in southern Europe, retreating northward like it was trying to escape the party. And speaking of origins, we still don't know where the true men first came from. But in the summer of 1921, an intriguing skull was found at Broken Hill in South Africa, along with pieces of a skeleton that seems to be a relic of a third type of man, one that sits somewhere between the Neanderthaler and modern humans. This skull had a brain case that was bigger in front and smaller in back, and it was perched on the backbone in a very human-like way. Teeth and bones, all human, but the face? Oh, it was a real sight to behold, with a brow that could rival a gorilla's and a skull that looked like it was auditioning for a role in a horror movie. This creature, known as the Rhodesian man, was a true man, if you squint hard enough and ignore the ape-like features. It's fascinating, really. This skull is probably only the second of what might turn out to be a long list of our subhuman relatives, hanging out on Earth between the Ice Age and the rise of their more refined descendants, what we like to call the true man. Now, don't get too cozy with the idea that this Rhodesian fellow is ancient. As of the last update, we still can't pin down how old he really is. He might have been wandering around South Africa just a few thousand years ago, still trying to figure out fire or whatever it is subhumans do. Now, let's talk about the first true men. The real deal. The earliest signs of humanity that we can actually relate to have been found in Western Europe, especially in France and Spain. Imagine bones, weapons, and cave paintings dating back 30,000 years or more. Spain is like the treasure chest of our human ancestors, bursting with relics that make you wonder what they were thinking while they painted bulls on cave walls. But hold on. Just because we found the oldest stuff in Europe doesn't mean that's where it all began. There are vast parts of Africa and Asia that haven't even been explored by the right kind of folks with a keen eye for ancient history. Who knows what treasures lie beneath the sands or the waves? I mean, America? Not a peep from the higher primates over there. It seems like the action was all happening in the Old World until the end of the Old Stone Age, when humans finally decided to take a stroll across the land bridge into the Americas. Now, picture this. The walls of caves, adorned with stunning representations of bulls, painted in soft reds and blacks. These artworks could be 15 or 20,000 years old. The first real humans in Europe? They were already splitting into at least two distinct races. One was tall, big-brained, and had skulls that could outsmart your average modern-day dude. They were called Cro-Magnards, and they were savages, sure, but the high-class kind. Then there's the second race, the Grimaldi cave folks, who had distinctly Negroid features. Their closest relatives today? The Bushmen and Hottentots of South Africa. Isn't it wild to think that even back then, humanity was already racially divided? You might be tempted to guess that one group was more brownish and came from the north or east, while the other was blackish and hailed from the equatorial south. These ancient folks were so human. They were making necklaces out of shells, painting themselves like they were prepping for a big night out, and carving images on bone and stone. They scratched figures on rocks and painted sketches of beasts on cave walls, all while crafting tools that were much more refined than those of the Neanderthals. Their main gig? Hunting. They were after wild horses, those little bearded ponies, and bison. They even knew about mammoths, left behind some pretty impressive drawings of those massive creatures. And judging by one rather ambiguous sketch, they might have figured out how to trap and kill one. They hunted with spears and stones, but bows? Not in their toolkit yet. And here's a fun fact. They didn't have dogs. There's a carving of a horse's head and a couple of drawings that hint at a bridled horse. But those little ponies couldn't carry a person. If they were riding, it was probably just for show. And as for milk, forget it. They were still figuring out how to cook, which probably meant they were just gnawing on raw meat. These early humans didn't build fancy structures either. They might have had tents made of skins, but pottery? Nope. They were just naked, painted savages roaming the open steppes of Europe for centuries, adapting slowly as the climate changed. As Europe grew milder and damper, the reindeer and bison moved north, and the landscape transformed from steppes to forests. This shift changed their tools, too. Fishing became a big deal, and they crafted fine bone implements. In fact, the bone needles from this era were so superior that even the Romans couldn't compete. Then, about 12 to 15,000 years ago, a fresh group of people drifted into southern Spain, leaving behind remarkable drawings of themselves. Just imagine the stories those walls could tell. If only they could talk. Upon the rugged rock faces of ancient caves, there lived a group we call the Azilians. And no, they're not some trendy new band. Named after the Mas Diazal cave, these folks were the original artists of their time. Picture this. They wielded bows, donned feather headdresses, and created vivid drawings that were more than just doodles. They even reduced their art to symbols like a stick figure man represented by a vertical line with a couple of horizontal dabs. It's like they were on the brink of inventing emojis, but with a lot more cave dust. Now, fast forward to the year 1920, when some of the most recent discoveries of Paleolithic art popped up in Spain. These masterpieces are probably around 10 to 12,000 years old. That's right, they're the latest of the Paleolithic crowd, those folks who only had chipped stone tools. But guess what? By this time, a new era was dawning in Europe. People were learning to polish and grind their stone tools, and agriculture was just starting to take root. Welcome to the Neolithic Age, or as I like to call it, the New Stone Age, where farming became the new black. And here's a fun fact. Less than a century ago, in a far-off corner of Tasmania, there were still humans living a lifestyle that made our cavemen look like rocket scientists. Cut off from the rest of humanity, these folks had devolved into a subsistence life, munching on shellfish and small game, with no real homes, just squatting spots. They were real humans, sure, but they lacked the finesse and creativity of the early artistic types we admire today. Now, let's take a moment to ponder a fascinating question. What was it like to be a man or a woman in those early days of human adventure? What were they thinking as they roamed the earth 400 centuries ago, long before anyone thought to jot down their thoughts? We're left with a lot of guessing and inferring, like trying to solve a mystery with half the clues missing. Scientists have turned to various sources to piece together the primitive mindset. Psychoanalysis has shed some light on how the wild impulses of children are tamed for social life, and studying contemporary tribes has provided some insight into our ancestors. Then there's folklore, with its odd superstitions still lurking around today, like that weird uncle at family gatherings. And as we get closer to our time, we find clearer signs of what captured the human imagination: pictures, carvings, and symbols that tell us what was worth recording. Primitive man likely thought in images, much like a child does today. They conjured up vivid pictures in their minds and acted based on the emotions those images stirred. Systematic thinking? That didn't really kick in until about 3,000 years ago. And even now, most people still live by imagination and passion, like a toddler who just discovered sugar. In those early days, human societies were probably small family groups. Just like the early mammals formed herds, these tribes emerged from families sticking together. But before that could happen, they needed to rein in their individual egos. The fear of the father and respect for the mother had to carry into adulthood. And let's not forget the jealousy of older men toward the younger ones, classic family drama, right? Meanwhile, mothers were the protectors and advisors of the young, navigating the tricky waters of human social life. Anthropologist J.J. Atkinson, in his work Primal Law, argued that many tribal customs and taboos stemmed from this balancing act between individual instincts and the needs of society. Some writers even suggest that the respect and fear of older figures played a role in the birth of primitive religion. Imagine dreaming about your ancestors and thinking they were just hanging out in some mystical realm, waiting to drop wisdom bombs on you. Primitive man was a bit like a child, still connected to the animal world, imagining that animals had motives just like his own. Strange rocks, oddly shaped trees, and other natural wonders must have seemed like portals to another world, inspiring stories and legends that were passed down like family recipes. Just like imaginative kids today, who spin tales about their toys being heroes, early humans likely did the same, believing their stories were as real as the ground beneath their feet. And let's not forget, the earliest true humans were probably quite chatty. They had a leg up on Neanderthals, who might as well have been mute. So, as we drift off to sleep, let's remember that our ancestors were not just surviving. They were dreaming, creating, and weaving the fabric of human culture long before we ever picked up a pen. Of course, when we think about the early days of human speech, it probably sounded like a jumbled collection of names, sprinkled with a few gestures and signs, like a toddler trying to explain why they just dumped their juice on the cat. But even the most primitive humans had a knack for connecting cause and effect, even if their logic was a bit, shall we say, wonky. Imagine this. You give a kid a poisonous berry, and surprise, they die. Or you munch on the heart of a brave enemy, and voila, you're suddenly the Hulk. Two examples of cause and effect, one true and one, well, let's just say it's a little off the mark. We call this quirky system of reasoning FTSH. But really, it's just savage science at its finest. It's like trying to bake a cake with no recipe. Sometimes you get a masterpiece, and other times, it's a gooey disaster. Now, some things were pretty straightforward. If you threw a spear and hit a deer, you'd probably figure out that throwing spears was a good idea. But there were plenty of other mysteries that left our primitive pals scratching their heads. Why was the fish suddenly playing hide and seek? Why did some folks just drop dead without a clear reason? These questions must have sent their imaginations into overdrive, leading them to blame everything from the moon to that weird-looking rock in the corner. As these early humans banded together, the older, more stable minds think of them as the original dad friends started to take charge. They'd declare this thing unlucky and that thing a sign of good fortune, like some sort of ancient fortune cookie. Enter the medicine man, the first priest, who was basically the go-to guy for interpreting dreams and performing rituals that were part magic show, part therapy session. primitive religion wasn't quite what we think of today. It was more about practices and observances, with the early priests dishing out what was essentially a primitive form of practical science. Now, let's drift into the realm of cultivation. We're still a bit in the dark about how humans first settled down and started farming, even though researchers have been digging into it for the last 50 years. But here's what we do know. Somewhere between 15,000 and 12,000 years before Christ, while some folks were chilling in southern Spain, others were figuring out how to grow crops and tame animals in North Africa or Western Asia. They were also upgrading their tools from those rough, chipped stones to polished ones, like moving from a flip phone to the latest smartphone. These Neolithic folks were entering a new phase of human culture, leaving behind their hunter-gatherer days. By 10,000 BC, most of humanity was on this new level, mastering the art of plowing, sowing, and reaping. Now, to us modern folks, this all seems like a no-brainer. What else would you do? But to our primitive ancestors, these actions were anything but obvious. They were feeling their way through a maze of trial and error, often with some bizarre interpretations along the way. Picture this. In the Mediterranean, wheat was growing wild, and our ancestors might have started by grinding its seeds for food long before they even thought about planting it. They were reaping before they were sowing, which is a bit like trying to bake a cake before you've even bought the ingredients. And here's where it gets really interesting. Wherever there was sowing and harvesting, there was often a strange connection to blood sacrifice, sometimes even human sacrifice. Yes, you heard that right. The idea of sowing seeds was tangled up with the notion of giving something back, often in a rather gruesome way. This wasn't just any old sacrifice. It was usually a chosen youth or maiden, treated like royalty until their moment of doom. They were like sacrificial god-kings, and the whole process was steeped in ritual, guided by the wise old men who had been around long enough to know the ropes. Now, imagine trying to figure out when to make this sacrifice without a calendar. Primitive man had a rough idea of seasons but might not have even known what a year was. They were probably counting in lunar months, which is why some ancient calendars look like they were designed by someone who had a thing for cycles. This lunar influence still lingers today, like that weird smell in the fridge that you just can't identify. If we pause to think about it, we'd realize how strange it is that the Christian church still dances to the beat of the moon's rhythm. But that's a story for another time. So, let's dive into the intriguing world of ancient calendars and celestial navigation. You see, early Christians didn't just mark the crucifixion and resurrection of Christ on set dates. Nope, they decided to play a cosmic game of calendar roulette, celebrating these events based on the ever-changing phases of the moon. I mean, who needs consistency when you can have a lunar mystery, right? Now, if we roll back the clock to the days of the first agriculturalists, it's a bit murky whether they were stargazers or just really good at guessing, but it's likely that those wandering herdsmen were the first to look up at the night sky, using stars as their GPS. Imagine them, lost in the vastness, thinking, hey, that bright one over there? That's north. Once they figured out that the stars could help them track the seasons, they became the original farmers, linking their planting rituals to the southing or northing of some prominent star. Talk about a cosmic connection. And with that, a myth was born. The worship of stars became a thing, and suddenly, the guy who knew about blood sacrifices and celestial movements was the most popular dude in town. You can bet he was the life of the party, or at least the one with the best crop yield. Now, let's not forget the witches and wizards of the time. You had your priestesses and priests, but the early priest was more of a science nerd than a holy man. His science was a mix of trial and error, often questionable, and he kept his secrets tighter than a drum. But hey, knowledge is power, right? And in this Neolithic world, knowing how to cleanse oneself from pollution was a big deal. Fast forward to around 12 to 15,000 years ago, and we find these Neolithic communities thriving in the warm, well-watered parts of the Old World. They were spreading like a good rumor, developing fields, villages, and little walled cities. Elliott Smith and Rivers coined the term Heliolithic culture for these early agricultural folks, which is a fancy way of saying sun and stone. Not the catchiest name, but it'll do until someone comes up with something better. Originating somewhere around the Mediterranean and Western Asia, this culture drifted eastward and hopped from island to island across the Pacific. It might have even reached America, mingling with the more primitive lifestyles of the Mongoloid immigrants coming down from the north. Wherever these brownish folks went, they brought along a quirky collection of ideas and practices. And let me tell you, some of these customs are downright bizarre. They built pyramids and massive mounds, set up stone circles for astronomical observations, mummified their dead, tattooed, circumcised, and even had this odd custom called the kuvad, where the father takes to bed when a child is born. I mean, can you imagine? Honey, I'm going to need a nap. I'm a dad now. And don't forget the swastika, which they used as a luck symbol. If we were to map out the world based on these practices, we'd see a belt stretching from Stonehenge and Spain all the way to Mexico and Peru. But down in Africa below the equator, and in parts of Europe and Asia, it's a different story. Those regions were developing independently, like that one friend who insists on doing everything their own way. Now, let's talk about the geography around 10,000 BC. Picture a world that looks a lot like ours today, with the Mediterranean Sea following similar coastlines. The Caspian Sea was likely much larger, and lands that are now barren were once fertile and lush. European Russia, swampy and lake-filled, just waiting for a good drainage plan. And there might have even been a land connection between Asia and America at the Bering Straits. By this time, we could already distinguish the main racial divisions of humanity. Across the warmer, better wooded regions, the brownish peoples of the Heliolithic culture were thriving. These were the ancestors of many Mediterranean inhabitants, including Berbers and Egyptians. Now, this great race had its variations. You had the Iberian or Mediterranean folks along the Atlantic and Mediterranean coasts, the Hamitic peoples, and the darker Dravidians of India. Meanwhile, in the forests of Central and Northern Europe, a blonder variety with blue eyes was emerging, often referred to as the Nordic race. And in northeastern Asia, another group was developing with distinct features like oblique eyes and straight black hair. Hello, Mongolian peoples. In places like South Africa and Australia, remnants of early Negroid peoples were still around, while Central Africa was already a melting pot of racial intermixture. It's like a big, colorful stew of humanity, blending and mingling over time. And here's the kicker. Human races can interbreed freely, just like clouds that drift and merge in the sky. They don't branch out like trees that never touch again. Remembering this fluidity can save us from a lot of prejudices and misconceptions. So, let's keep that in mind as we drift off into the night. They'll talk about a British race or a European race, but let's be real for a second. Most European nations are like a confusing stew of brownish, dark white, and Mongolian elements. Kind of like a weird smoothie you'd find at a hipster cafe, right? Now, picture this. Back in the Neolithic phase of human development, folks of the Mongolian breed decided to take a little trip to America. They probably thought, hey, let's take the scenic route through the Bering Straits and see what we can find. Spoiler alert, they found caribou, the American reindeer, in the north and massive herds of bison in the south. And when they got to South America, oh boy, they stumbled upon some real giants like the Glyptodon, a gigantic armadillo, and the Megatherium, a sloth that was basically the size of an elephant. Imagine that lumbering beast trying to climb a tree. Not exactly a graceful sight. Now, these early American tribes mostly lived a nomadic hunting life, never really getting the hang of iron tools. Their shiny possessions were mostly native gold and copper because who needs iron when you can have shiny things, right? But in places like Mexico, Yucatan, and Peru, things were a bit different. Around 1000 BC, civilizations popped up that were fascinating in their own right, but let's just say they had a unique twist on the whole human sacrifice thing. While the old world civilizations eventually toned it down a bit, these American cultures cranked it up to 11. These societies were ruled by priests who were basically the original lawgivers, and their war chiefs were like the overzealous managers of a chaotic fast food joint, always following the rules of law and omen. Their astronomical knowledge was impressive, too. They knew their year better than the Babylonians, who we'll get to in a bit. In Yucatan, they developed a writing system called Maya writing, which was as intricate as it was puzzling. It was mostly used for keeping track of their complicated calendars, which the priests seemed to obsess over like it was the latest TikTok trend. Around 700 to 800 AD, Maya art reached a peak that would leave modern observers scratching their heads. Imagine sculptures that are both stunning and bizarre, like a fever dream of feathers and serpents weaving in and out of each other. Some of the inscriptions look like the doodles of someone who just downed a triple espresso, totally wild and unlike anything in the old world. It's as if the Maya mind took a different route on the highway of thought, veering into a lane that the old world folks just couldn't comprehend. And let's not forget their obsession with blood. The Mexican civilization, in particular, was like a horror movie on repeat, offering thousands of human sacrifices each year. Picture this. Cutting open living victims and tearing out still-beating hearts was a regular Tuesday for these priests. National festivities? Yeah, they revolved around this fantastically gruesome act. Meanwhile, the everyday lives of the common people were pretty standard for a barbaric peasantry. Their pottery and weaving were decent, and the Maya writing wasn't just carved in stone. They wrote it on skins and other materials. Museums today are filled with enigmatic Maya manuscripts, but so far we've only cracked the code on the dates. In Peru, they had a similar writing system, but it was eventually replaced by knotting cords, kind of like an ancient version of string art. Now, if we rewind a bit to the Old World, around 4000 to 5000 BC, we find primitive civilizations that were not too different from these American ones. They were all about temples, blood sacrifices, and had their own intense priesthoods. But here's the kicker. In the Old World, these civilizations influenced each other and evolved into something resembling our modern world. In America, though, each civilization was like a little island, blissfully unaware of the others. Mexico had no clue about Peru until the Europeans showed up, and the potato, a staple in Peru, was a complete mystery to the Mexicans. So age after age, these peoples lived, marveled at their gods, made their sacrifices, and eventually died. Maya art flourished with decorative beauty, while men made love and tribes waged war. Droughts and bountiful harvests danced in and out of their lives, while priests meticulously crafted their calendars and sacrificial rituals over centuries, but made little headway in other areas. Now let's shift gears to the Old World, where by 6000 or 7000 BC, quasi-civilized communities were popping up in various fertile regions of Asia and the Nile Valley. Back then, places like North Persia and Western Turkestan were a lot more fertile than they are today. But it was in Lower Mesopotamia and Egypt where the first cities, temples, and organized societies emerged far beyond the level of a mere barbaric village town. Picture the Euphrates and Tigris rivers flowing into the Persian Gulf, and it's here that the Sumerians built their first cities. Around the same time, Egypt was starting to write its own epic history. The Sumerians? They were a brownish people with prominent noses, and they had a writing system that we've managed to decipher. They discovered bronze and built towering temples out of sun-dried bricks. The clay in this region was so fine that they used it to write, which is why their inscriptions have survived the ages. They had cattle, sheep, goats, and donkeys, but no horses imagined trying to outrun a stampede of goats instead of galloping away on a trusty steed. They fought on foot, all lined up like a very serious game of Red Rover, armed with spears and shields made of skin. Their clothing was wool, and they had a thing for shaving their heads. Each Sumerian city was like its own little kingdom, with its own god and priests, but sometimes one city would flex its muscles and demand tribute from the others. And there's this ancient inscription from Nippur that talks about the empire of the Sumerian city of Erech, the first recorded empire. Its god and priest king claimed authority stretching from the Persian Gulf to the Red Sea. Quite the ambitious little setup, don't you think? Note the cuneiform characters of the inscription, which records the building of a temple to a sun god. Now, writing in its early days was just a fancy way of doodling. A pictorial record, if you will. Even before the Neolithic times, our ancestors were starting to scribble. Those azillion rock pictures we mentioned earlier? They're like the first Instagram posts showing off hunts and adventures. Some of those figures? Well, let's just say the artist wasn't too keen on details, just a vertical line and a couple of strokes to represent a person. Talk about minimalism. Now, fast forward to Sumeria, where they took their writing to the next level using clay and a stick. Those dabs of characters eventually became so abstract that you'd need a degree in hieroglyphics to figure them out. Meanwhile, in Egypt, they were painting on walls and strips of papyrus, basically the first paper. Their writing still looked like the things they represented, which is a bit like drawing a cat that actually looks like a cat instead of a weird blob. The Sumerian writing is called cuneiform, which means wedge-shaped because, they were all about those sharp angles. In fact, some of the oldest evidence of block printing was found in tombs at Abydos, thanks to the British School of Archaeology. Imagine that. They were almost printing 6,000 years ago. And when it came to sealing documents, kings and nobles had their seals artistically carved, like their own personal stamps of approval. They'd impress them into clay, and voila, instant authority. In Mesopotamia, letters and records were written on these durable clay tablets, which is why we have a treasure trove of knowledge today. Now, over in Egypt, the Step Pyramid is the oldest stone building in the world. Pretty impressive, right? And both Sumeria and Egypt were already working with bronze, copper, gold, silver, and, as a rare treat, meteoric iron. Talk about bling. Daily life in those ancient cities was probably a lot like what you'd find in the Maya cities a few thousand years later, minus the buttes and cattle roaming the streets. Most folks were busy with irrigation and farming, except when it was time for a religious festival. Money? Nah, they didn't need it. They bartered like pros. The rulers and princes who had a bit more than the average Joe used gold and silver bars for trading because who doesn't want to carry around a chunk of shiny metal? The temple was the heart of life. In Sumeria, it was a towering structure reaching for the stars, while in Egypt, it was a massive ground-level building. The priest-ruler in Sumeria was the top dog, but in Egypt, there was the pharaoh, the living embodiment of the chief god. Talk about a promotion. Life was pretty stable back then. Days were sunny, toilsome, and filled with routine. Strangers? Not so much. And if they did show up, they probably didn't have a great time. The priest kept everything in check, following ancient rules, watching the stars for planting times, interpreting omens, and decoding dreams. People worked, loved, and died, blissfully unaware of the savage past or the uncertain future. Sometimes the ruler was a real gem like Pepi II, who ruled Egypt for 90 years. Other times you had ambitious rulers like Cheops and Chephren, who dragged their people into war or forced them to build those colossal pyramids at Gizeh. The biggest one, a whopping 450 feet high, weighing in at about 4,883,000 tons. All of that stone was transported down the Nile and hoisted into place by human strength. It must have drained Egypt more than a war would. Now, let's not forget that while Mesopotamia and the Nile Valley were bustling with agriculture and city-states between 6,000 and 8,000 BC, other regions were also settling down. The Assyrians were busy founding cities along the upper Tigris, while small communities sprouted in Asia Minor and on Mediterranean shores. Meanwhile, in Europe, folks were living in stilt houses over lakes, fishing and hunting to supplement their farming. But in many parts of the Old World, settlement was a no-go. The land was too rough, too wooded, or too dry. Without a constant water supply and a bit of sunshine, those primitive civilizations were stuck wandering. And who could blame them? It's hard to settle down when your only tools are sticks and stones. Needs were not satisfied. Man could live as a transient, drifting like a tumbleweed, following his game as a hunter or trailing behind herds of grass-hungry cattle. But settling down? That was a different story. The shift from hunting to herding wasn't like flipping a switch. It was more like a slow, awkward dance. Imagine our ancestors watching wild cattle or, in Asia, wild horses and slowly getting the idea that, hey, maybe they could claim these creatures as their own. They learned to corral them into valleys, battling wolves and wild dogs like it was a scene from a bad action movie. Now, picture those Borneo dwellings. They were practically twins to the homes of European Neolithic communities from around 6000 BC. While the farmers were busy planting their crops in the fertile river valleys, a whole different lifestyle was sprouting up the nomadic life. It was a constant back and forth, a seasonal shuffle between winter pastures and summer grazing. These nomadic folks were like the rugged adventurers of their time. Sure, they weren't as numerous as the agriculturalists, and they didn't have fancy temples or a well-organized priesthood, but don't let that fool you. Their way of life was often richer and more vibrant. Think about it. The nomads were self-reliant, not just another face in the crowd. Their leaders were crucial, while the medicine men, well, they were more like the sidekicks. Picture an Egyptian wall painting from a tomb near ancient Beni Hassan, showing a tribe of Semitic nomads rolling into Egypt around 1895 BC. These nomads had a broader perspective on life, roaming vast stretches of land, encountering all sorts of strange faces, and negotiating for pasture like seasoned diplomats. They were probably more in tune with minerals than the plow-pushing farmers, since they ventured over mountain passes and into rocky terrains. Who knows? They might have been the original metallurgists, discovering the secrets of bronze and, more likely, iron smelting. Some of the earliest iron tools pulled from the earth were found in Central Europe, far from the early civilizations. Meanwhile, those settled folks were busy weaving textiles and crafting pottery, creating all sorts of desirable goods. Naturally, as these two lifestyles evolved, a little looting and trading emerged. In Sumeria, with deserts and seasonal lands flanking it, nomads would camp close to the fields, trading and swiping goods like modern-day gypsies. Though, let's be real, chickens were off-limits because those domestic fowls weren't even domesticated until about 1000 BC. The nomads would barter precious stones, metal trinkets, and leather goods for pottery, beads, and other manufactured treasures. In those ancient days, three main regions and types of wandering folks existed. In the forests of Europe, you had the blonde Nordic peoples, hunters and herdsmen, who were pretty low on the civilization scale. They didn't cross paths with the primitive civilizations much before 1500 BC. Then, over in the steppes of Eastern Asia, various Mongolian tribes were busy domesticating horses and developing a seasonal migration pattern that would make any modern-day camper jealous. Now, picture the swamps of Russia and the Caspian Sea, separating the Nordic and Hunnish peoples. Much of Russia was a soggy mess of swamp and lake. Meanwhile, in the increasingly arid deserts of Syria and Arabia, tribes of Semitic people were herding their sheep, goats, and donkeys from one patch of grass to another. These Semitic shepherds, along with some folks from southern Persia known as the Elamites, were the first nomads to get cozy with the early civilizations. They rolled in as traders and raiders, and soon enough some bold leaders emerged, transforming into conquerors. Enter Sargon, a Semitic leader who, around 2750 BC, conquered all of Sumeria, stretching his empire from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean Sea. He was an illiterate barbarian, but his Akkadian people picked up the Sumerian writing and language like it was the latest trend. His empire eventually crumbled after a couple of centuries, but then the Amorites, another Semitic group, took over, establishing their capital in the small town of Babylon. This was the dawn of the First Babylonian Empire, solidified by Hammurabi around 2100 BC, who gifted the world with the earliest code of laws we know. Now, the Nile Valley was a bit more shielded from nomadic invasions than Mesopotamia. But around Hammurabi's time, the Semitic folks made their move into Egypt, establishing a line of pharaohs known as the Hyksos, or shepherd kings, who ruled for several centuries. These conquerors never quite fit in with the Egyptians. They were always seen as the outsiders, the barbarians, and eventually got kicked out around 1600 BC. But the Semites had already made their mark on Sumeria, blending into the culture until the Babylonian Empire became distinctly Semitic in language and character. Now, let's sail into the world of the first seafaring peoples. The earliest boats and ships likely splashed onto the scene about 25 or 30,000 years ago. Picture our ancestors paddling around in a log or an inflated skin, probably looking a bit ridiculous. But hey, they were making waves. By the time the Neolithic PRD rolled around, basketwork boats covered with skin were already cruising the waters of Egypt and Sumeria. And guess what? They're still in use today in places like Ireland, Wales, and Alaska. Those sealskin boats are still braving the Bering Straits. As tools improved, so did boat building. The evolution from hollow logs to ships was as natural as a toddler learning to walk. Maybe the tale of Noah's Ark is just a remnant of some early shipbuilding adventure, and the widespread flood stories? Perhaps they're echoes of the Mediterranean basin's watery past. Long before the pyramids were even a twinkle in anyone's eye, ships were already sailing the Red Sea, and by 7000 BC, the Mediterranean and Persian Gulf were bustling with maritime activity. Mostly, these ships were just humble fishing boats. But let's not kid ourselves, some were already dabbling in the art of trade and piracy. I mean, come on, when you think about it, the first sailors probably plundered like it was a hobby and traded only when they had to. The seas they sailed were these fickle inland waters, where the wind would play hide and seek, leaving them stranded in dead calm for days on end. So sailing was more of a side gig back then, kind of like a hobby you do when you're not binge-watching your favorite show. It wasn't until the last 400 years that we saw the rise of those fancy, ocean-going ships we think of today. The ancient vessels? They were mostly glorified rowboats, clinging to the shore like a kid afraid to jump into the deep end of the pool. When ships got a bit bigger and turned into galleys, they created a whole new market for war captives. Galley slaves. Now, let's rewind a bit to the Semitic peoples, those wanderers and nomads from Syria and Arabia. They were busy conquering Samaria and setting up the Akkadian and then the First Babylonian Empire. Meanwhile, over in the west, these same Semitic folks were taking to the sea, establishing a string of harbor towns along the eastern Mediterranean coast. Tyre and Sidon were the big shots in town. By the time Hammurabi was laying down the law in Babylon, these seafaring Semites had spread across the Mediterranean like a bad rumor. They were known as the Phoenicians, and they were quite the overachievers, settling in Spain and pushing back the old Iberian Basque population, while also sending out coasting expeditions through the Straits of Gibraltar. They even set up colonies on the north coast of Africa. Carthage, one of their cities, will pop up again later, trust me, it's got a juicy story. But hold on, the Phoenicians weren't the first to have galleys in the Mediterranean. Nope, there was already a whole network of towns and cities among the islands and coasts, inhabited by the Aegean peoples. Now, don't confuse them with the Greeks, who were still a bit late to the party. These pre-Greek folks had cities in Greece and Asia Minor, think Mycenae and Troy, and they were thriving at Knossos in Crete. It's only in the last 50 years that archaeologists have dug up the treasures of the Aegean peoples, revealing a civilization that was almost lost to time. Knossos, in particular, was a goldmine of information, as it wasn't built over by some later city that wanted to show off. The history of Knossos stretches back as far as Egypt itself, with trade routes buzzing across the sea by 4000 BC. By 2500 BC, during the reign of Sargon I and Hammurabi, Cretan civilization was at its peak. Knossos wasn't just a town. It was a sprawling palace for the Cretan monarch and his people. And get this, it wasn't even fortified at first. It only got walls later when the Phoenicians flexed their muscles and a new breed of pirates, the Greeks, decided to crash the party from the north. The monarch, known as Minos, kind of like the pharaoh of Egypt, lived in a palace that had running water and bathrooms, which was pretty fancy for the time. He hosted grand festivals and shows, including bullfighting that looked suspiciously like the ones we see in Spain today. The bullfighters even wore costumes that would make you think they were channeling their inner fashionistas. The pottery, textiles, sculpture, and jewelry of these Cretans were breathtakingly beautiful. And they had a writing system too, though it's still a mystery waiting to be cracked. Life in Knossos was like a never-ending vacation for a few centuries. Around 2000 BC, both Knossos and Babylon were home to comfortable, cultured folks who probably sipped their wine and enjoyed their domestic and industrial slaves. Life must have felt pretty secure in sunny Knossos, surrounded by the sparkling blue sea. Meanwhile, Egypt was looking a bit shabby under its half-barbaric shepherd kings, and if you were paying attention to politics, you'd see the Semitic peoples were everywhere, ruling Egypt, Babylon, building Nineveh, and sailing west to the Pillars of Hercules, setting up colonies on distant shores. There were some curious minds in Knossos, too. The Greeks later spun tales about a clever Cretan craftsman named Daedalus, who tried to invent a flying machine, maybe a glider, but it crashed and took a dive into the sea. Imagine that. Now, let's take a moment to compare life in Knossos with our own. To a Cretan gentleman in 2500 BC, iron was like a rare gem that fell from the sky, curious but not particularly useful, since they only knew about meteoric iron. Can you imagine? Meanwhile, we're practically swimming in iron today. And horses? To our Cretan friend, they were mythical creatures, like unicorns, living far away in the bleak northern lands beyond the Black Sea. Civilization for him was all about the Aegean and Asia Minor, where the Lydians, Carians, and Trojans lived lives that probably sounded a lot like his own. There were Phoenicians and Aegeans in Spain and North Africa, but those places were like distant planets in his imagination. Italy? Just a wild, forested land, waiting for the Etruscans to show up from Asia Minor. One day, perhaps, our Cretan gentleman strolled down to the harbor and spotted a fair-complexioned captive with blue eyes. He probably tried to strike up a conversation, only to be met with a confusing jumble of sounds. This guy was from beyond the Black Sea, and to our Cretan he might have seemed like a total savage. Little did he know he was looking at an Aryan tribesman, whose strange gibberish would eventually evolve into languages like Sanskrit, Persian, Greek, Latin, German, English, and more. So, there you have it, Knossos at its zenith, a vibrant, intelligent, and happy place. But then, around 1400 BC, disaster struck, perhaps out of nowhere. The palace of Minos was destroyed, and its ruins have remained untouched ever since. How's that for a cliffhanger? We may never know how this calamity unfolded. The excavators, they're digging around, and what do they find? Scattered plunder and the charred remains of a fire. But wait, there's more. They also uncover the telltale signs of a devastating earthquake. So, was it nature that brought down Knossos? Or did the Greeks just decide to finish the job? Now, let's drift over to Egypt, Babylon, and Assyria. Picture this. The Egyptians, not exactly thrilled about being ruled by their Semitic shepherd kings, finally get fed up around 1600 BC and kick those foreign invaders to the curb. This sparks a patriotic revival, known to the Egyptologists as the New Empire. Egypt, which had been a bit of a patchwork quilt before the Hyksos invasion, suddenly becomes a united powerhouse. Talk about a glow-up. With a newfound military spirit, the pharaohs turn into aggressive conquerors, thanks to their shiny new war horses and chariots, courtesy of the Hyksos. Under the reigns of Thothmes III and Amenophis III, Egypt stretches her influence all the way to the Euphrates. And here we go, folks. 1,000 years of warfare between the Nile and Mesopotamia. At first, Egypt is riding high. The 17th dynasty, featuring our star players Thothmes III, Amenophis III, and the fabulous Queen Hattusa, along with the 19th dynasty, where Ramesses II, who some say was the pharaoh of Moses' rules for 67 years, sends Egypt soaring into prosperity. But it's not all sunshine and pyramids. Egypt faces dips and dives, getting conquered by the Syrians and later the Ethiopians. Meanwhile, in Mesopotamia, Babylon takes the lead, only to be overtaken by the Hittites and the Syrians of Damascus. At one point, the Syrians even conquer Egypt. The Assyrians of Nineveh have their ups and downs too, sometimes conquering and sometimes being conquered. Now, imagine a battlefield filled with war chariots, because by this time, horses have spread into these ancient civilizations like a viral TikTok dance. Great conquerors strut through the shadows of history to Shrata, king of Mitanni, who snags Nineveh, and Tiglath-Pileser I of Assyria, who takes Babylon. Eventually, the Assyrians become the military big shots. Tiglath-Pileser III conquers Babylon in 745 BC, kicking off what historians call the New Assyrian Empire. Iron makes its grand entrance, thanks to the Hittites, who pass it along to the Assyrians. Our buddy Sargon II arms his troops with it, and suddenly, Assyria is all about that blood and iron life. Sennacherib, Sargon's son, leads an army to Egypt's borders, but is defeated not by swords, but by a nasty plague. Talk about a plot twist. Then there's Assurbanipal, also known as Sardanapalus, who conquers Egypt in 670 BC. But guess what? Egypt is already under the thumb of an Ethiopian dynasty. So, Sardanapalus just swaps one conqueror for another. If we had a series of political maps from this chaotic PRD, it would look like Egypt expanding and contracting like an amoeba under a microscope. The various Semitic states, the Babylonians, Assyrians, Hittites, and Syrians would be popping in and out like they're playing a game of whack-a-mole. And to the west, you'd find little Aegean states like Lydia and Curia. But then, around 1200 BC, a new wave of names crashes onto the ancient world stage from the northeast and northwest. These are the barbaric tribes, armed with iron weapons and horse chariots, ready to wreak havoc on the Aegean and Semitic civilizations. They all spoke variations of what must have once been the same language, Aryan. From the northeast around the Black and Caspian Seas come the Medes and Persians, while the Scythians and Sarmatians get tangled up in the historical records. From the northwest, the Cimmerians, Phrygians, and the Greeks, those raiders and plunderers, come storming in. They're a hardy bunch, taking to plunder like it's a new hobby. The Aegean peoples are feeling the heat, seeking new homes beyond the reach of these Aryan marauders. Some try to settle in the Nile Delta, only to be turned away by the Egyptians. Others, like the Etruscans, sail from Asia Minor to carve out a state in the wilds of Italy. And then there are those who build cities on the Mediterranean's southeast coasts, later known as the Philistines. As for the Aryans, they're causing quite the stir, pushing the ancient civilizations around between 1600 and 600 BC. And don't forget about the little Semitic folks, the Hebrews, hiding out in the hills behind the Phoenician and Philistine coasts. They're about to make their mark on history with a collection of important literature, the Hebrew Bible. In Mesopotamia and Egypt, the arrival of the Aryans doesn't shake things up too much until after 600 BC. The Aegeans fleeing from the Greeks and the destruction of Knossos must have felt like a distant echo to the citizens of Egypt and Babylon. Dynasties rise and fall in these cradle states of civilization, but life rolls on, slowly getting more refined and complex with each passing age. In Egypt, the ancient pyramids, already thousands of years old, are still a tourist attraction, just like today. They're joined by fresh, splendid buildings, especially during the 17th and 19th dynasties, with the magnificent temples at Karnak and Luxor rising to the occasion. And in Nineveh, the grand temples and winged bulls stand as testaments to a time long gone. Ancient art form is pretty fascinating, right? Imagine a time between 1600 and 600 BC, when human heads, kings, chariots, and even lion hunts were carved into stone, all while Babylon was strutting its stuff as a cultural heavyweight. It's like the Instagram of the ancient world, but instead of selfies, they had public records, business accounts, poetry, and letters that give us a peek into their lives. Now, if you were a big shot in Babylon or Thebes, life was pretty plush. Think of it as living in a Pinterest board of opulence, gorgeous homes, beautifully decorated, filled with rich fabrics and shiny jewels. They threw lavish feasts and festivals where music and dancing were the norm. And let's not forget the highly trained servants who catered to their every whim, like personal assistants but with more flair. Doctors and dentists were on call, too, though I bet their dental techniques were a bit more medieval than modern. Travel? Not so much. Most folks were content with summer boating trips on the Nile or Euphrates. The trusty donkey was the go-to beast of burden, while horses were reserved for chariots and fancy state occasions. Mules were the new kids on the block, and camels hadn't quite made their debut in Egypt yet. Iron utensils were rare, with copper and bronze still ruling the roost. They had fine linen, cotton, and wool. But silk? Nope, not yet. Glass was a thing, but it was mostly small and colorful, no clear glass or fancy spectacles for these ancient trendsetters. They might have had gold fillings in their teeth, but they were still squinting at the world. Now, here's a quirky twist. There was no coined money back then. Yep, you heard that right. Most trade was done through barter, like an ancient version of Craigslist. Babylon was ahead of the game financially, using gold and silver ingots for trade. Imagine carrying around precious stones to buy your groceries. Talk about a heavy shopping list. Most workers were slaves, paid in goods rather than cash, and as money became a thing, slavery started to decline. But if you were a modern visitor to these ancient cities, you'd notice something shocking: no hens, no eggs. A French chef would have been pulling his hair out in Babylon. These culinary delights didn't arrive until later, around the time of the last Assyrian Empire. Religion had also evolved. Human sacrifice? So last season, they moved on to animals or bread dummies instead. But the Phoenicians and Carthaginians? Well, they had a bit of a reputation for darker practices. When a chief kicked the bucket back in the day, it was customary to sacrifice his wives and slaves, ensuring he wasn't alone in the afterlife. In Egypt, they kept the tradition alive by burying models of houses, shops, servants, and cattle with the dead, like a miniature version of their lives, giving us a glimpse into their world from 3,000 years ago. And then we have the Aryans wandering around 4,000 years ago. Around 2000 BC, Central and Southeastern Europe and Central Asia were probably a lot nicer back then, warmer, moister, and filled with trees. Picture a group of fair-haired, blue-eyed tribes, speaking variations of the same language from the Rhine to the Caspian Sea. They were probably flying under the radar, unnoticed by the Babylonians or the Egyptians, who were busy dealing with their own dramas. These Nordic folks were all about the parklands and forest clearings. They didn't have horses at first, but they had cattle and ox-drawn wagons for their nomadic lifestyle. When they settled down, they might have thrown together some huts made of wattle and mud. They burned their dead instead of burying them like the brunette peoples, who preferred elongated mounds for their resting places. The Aryans grew wheat but didn't stick around to play farmer for long. They'd reap and move on. They had bronze tools, and around 1500 BC, they got their hands on iron, possibly even discovering iron smelting. And somewhere in that time frame they acquired horses, but initially they were just for pulling stuff around. Their social structure was more about leaders than priests, with an aristocratic vibe rather than a divine one. They had this whole bard culture going on where storytelling was the name of the game. They didn't have writing until they bumped into more civilized folks, so their history was passed down through the songs and tales of these bards. Isn't it wild to think about how these ancient lives were so different, yet in some ways not so far removed from our own? The Aryans, those ancient folks who really knew how to throw a party. They had this knack for turning their legendary histories into epic tales, recited by bards who probably had more flair than a modern-day rock star. Picture this. Every Aryan tribe gathered around the chief's hall, a massive timber structure that was basically the ancient version of a community center, where everyone feasted, played games, and listened to stories that were probably a mix of history and tall tales, like a really long episode of your favorite podcast. Now, while the chief and his wife lounged on a fancy dais, the rest of the tribe, well, they were sleeping wherever they could find a spot, much like how my cat sprawls across the couch. And let's not forget the cowsheds and stables surrounding the hall, because nothing says home sweet home like the smell of livestock. The chief owned the cattle and grazing lands, but there was this whole vibe of shared ownership, like a communal fridge, but with more swords and fewer leftovers. These Aryans were on the move, expanding their territory across Central Europe and into Western Asia, all while the great civilizations of Mesopotamia and the Nile were flourishing. They were like the original road trippers, pushing into France, Britain, and Spain in two waves. The first group, armed with shiny bronze weapons, rolled into Britain and Ireland, taking out the folks who built those impressive stone monuments like Stonehenge. They were the Goidelic Celts, and they weren't messing around. Then came the second wave, the Brythonic Celts, who brought iron with them, because who doesn't love an upgrade? They were the ancestors of the Welsh, and they were all about making their mark. Meanwhile, in Spain, the Celts were mingling with the Basques and the Phoenicians, who were basically the ancient version of those hipsters who think they discovered everything first. And let's not forget about the Italians, who were making their way down the wild Italian peninsula. They didn't always conquer, but by the 8th century BC, Rome popped up on the map as a trading town on the Tiber, run by Aryan Latins but under the thumb of Etruscan nobles. It was like a soap opera with all the drama of ancient power struggles. Meanwhile, in India, Aryan tribes were sliding down from the mountains, bumping into the Dravidian civilization, which was like meeting your cool neighbor and realizing they have a lot to teach you. Over in eastern Turkestan, you'd find some fair, blue-eyed Nordic tribes, but they were speaking Mongolian. Now talk about a plot twist. By the time we hit the Balkan Peninsula, Aryan tribes were making their move into the heart of Old World civilization, crossing into Asia Minor long before 1000 BC. They were like the ultimate gatecrashers, showing up and taking over. The Phrygians were the first to stand out, followed by the Greeks, who, by the way, were not just hanging out in Greece. They were sailing around the Mediterranean, founding colonies like they were establishing beach resorts. So, while the Assyrians were busy with their own drama, the Aryans were learning the ropes of civilization and putting their own spin on it in Italy and Greece. The story of how these Aryan peoples grew to power and took over the ancient world is a saga of epic proportions, filled with conflicts and cultural exchanges that would make any history buff giddy. And then we have the last Babylonian Empire and the empire of Darius I. Assyria was flexing its military muscles under Tiglath-Pileser III and Sargon II, who borrowed his name from a legendary king to win over the Babylonians, because nothing says, "I'm in charge," like a little name-dropping. Babylon, despite being conquered, was still a big deal, with its bustling population and the god Bel Marduk, who definitely needed to be treated with respect. Fast forward to the 8th century BC, and we're way past the barbaric days of looting and massacres. Conquerors were now trying to win over the conquered, like a bad reality show where everyone pretends to get along. But the Assyrian Empire didn't last forever. Egypt managed to shake off the foreign rule under Pharaoh Psammetichus I, and the Chaldeans teamed up with the Medes and Persians to take down Nineveh in 606 BC. And just like that, the spoils of Assyria were divided up, with a new Median Empire popping up in the north and a Chaldean Empire forming in the south. It's like a game of ancient Monopoly, but with a lot more drama and a lot less chance of landing on go. The Babylonian Empire, a tale of wealth and power that soared under the reign of Nebuchadnezzar the Great. Yes, the very Nebuchadnezzar you might have heard about in the Bible. Picture this. Babylon was at its peak, a dazzling jewel of civilization, while the two empires, Babylon and Media, enjoyed a rare moment of peace. Nebuchadnezzar even married off his daughter to Cyaxares, which is like a royal family reunion but with more drama and less potato salad. Meanwhile, over in Syria, Necho II was on a conquest spree, taking down King Josiah of Judah at the Battle of Megiddo in 608 BC. Imagine a game of chess, but with actual swords and a lot more blood. Necho, feeling pretty proud of himself, decided to march towards the Euphrates, only to find not a crumbling Assyria but a Babylon that was very much alive and kicking. The Chaldeans, those fierce Babylonians, weren't having any of it. They sent Necho packing back to Egypt, pushing their borders right down to the ancient Egyptian limits. Talk about a real estate win. Now, from 606 to 589 BC, the Second Babylonian Empire was like that kid who's doing well in school but knows the teacher is just waiting for them to slip up. It thrived as long as it kept the peace with the tougher Median Empire up north. And during those 67 years, not only did life flourish, but so did learning in the ancient city. It was like a nerdy renaissance, but with more clay tablets than laptops. Even under the Assyrian kings, especially the flamboyant Sardanapalus, Babylon buzzed with intellectual activity. Sardanapalus, despite being an Assyrian, had a flair for all things Babylonian. He built a library, not your average dusty old collection, but one filled with clay tablets that had been the writing medium since the days of Sumer. Imagine a library where every book is a brick. His collection, now unearthed, is probably one of the most precious historical treasures we have. Then came Nabonidus, the last of the Chaldean kings, who had a serious case of literary enthusiasm. He was all about digging into the past, commissioning researchers to figure out when Sargon took the throne. When they cracked the code, Nabonidus celebrated by inscribing the date everywhere. Talk about a humble brag. But his attempts to centralize the empire by bringing local gods to Babylon didn't sit well with the powerful priesthood of Bel-Marduk, the top god in town. It's like trying to merge two rival fan clubs. Someone's bound to get upset. Enter Cyrus the Persian, the ruler of the neighboring Median Empire. This guy was already a legend for taking down Croesus, the fabulously wealthy king of Lydia. When he marched against Babylon, it was like a scene from a movie. There was a battle outside the city walls, but instead of a bloody showdown, the gates swung open. The crown prince Belshazzar was throwing a feast when a mysterious hand appeared and wrote some ominous words on the wall. Mean tekel upharsin. It's like the universe sent him a text message saying, "Your time's up." Daniel, the biblical prophet, was called in to interpret this spooky riddle, declaring that Belshazzar's kingdom was toast. And just like that, Belshazzar met his end that very night while Nabonidus was taken prisoner. The takeover was so smooth that the worship of Bel-Marduk continued without a hitch. And so, the Babylonian and Median empires joined forces. Cambyses, Cyrus's son, went on to conquer Egypt. But then things took a turn. He went a bit mad and accidentally met his end. Darius the Mede, son of one of Cyrus's chief advisors, took the throne next. Now, let's talk about the Persian Empire under Darius I. This was no small potatoes. It was the biggest empire the world had ever seen, stretching from Asia Minor to India, gobbling up everything in between. Thanks to horses, chariots, and some seriously impressive roads, this empire was like a well-oiled machine. Gone were the days of slow camels and donkeys. Now, it was all about speedy post horses ready to deliver messages faster than you can say, ancient bureaucracy. But here's the kicker. Babylon, once the shining star, was now on the decline. The priesthood of Bel-Marduk didn't gain much from their betrayal. The new capitals of this vast empire were Persepolis, Susa, and Ecbatana. Nineveh? It was already a ghost town, fading into the ruins of history. Now, let's shift gears to the Hebrews, a Semitic people who were more influential in the long run than they were in their own time. Settled in Judea long before 1000 BC, their capital was Jerusalem. Their story is intertwined with the great empires around them, Egypt to the south and the ever-changing powers of Syria, Assyria, and Babylon to the north. Their land was like a highway for these empires, a strategic spot that everyone wanted to control. What makes the Hebrews stand out? They produced a written literature that would eventually become the Old Testament, a collection of laws, chronicles, psalms, and wisdom that still resonates today. This literary treasure likely began to take shape in Babylon. Remember how Necho II invaded the Assyrian Empire while it was fighting for survival? Well, King Josiah of Judah tried to stop him but ended up defeated at Megiddo. Judah became a tributary to Egypt, and when Nebuchadnezzar rolled back Necho, he attempted to control Judah by installing puppet kings in Jerusalem. Spoiler alert, that didn't go well. The locals revolted, and Nebuchadnezzar decided to wipe the slate clean, sacking Jerusalem and carrying off the survivors to Babylon. They stayed there until Cyrus came along in 538 BC, gathering them up and sending them back to rebuild Jerusalem. Before that, the Jews were not exactly the picture of civilization or unity. But history has a funny way of turning the tables, doesn't it? Probably only a handful of them could read or write. I mean, can you imagine? The early books of the Bible weren't even on the reading list until the time of Josiah. It wasn't until the Babylonian captivity that they really got their act together. And boy, did it consolidate them. They returned home with a newfound awareness of their own literature, like a bunch of self-conscious hipsters who just discovered their favorite indie band. At that point, their Bible was pretty much just the Pentateuch, the first 5 books of the Old Testament as we know it today. But they also had some other gems tucked away, like Chronicles, Psalms, and Proverbs. The stories of creation, Adam and Eve, and the flood? Yeah, those were basically the same tales floating around in Babylonian legend. It's like they all shared a common playlist of Semitic beliefs. And let's not forget Moses and Samson. Those guys had their own Sumerian and Babylonian doppelgangers. But then we get to Abraham, and things start to get a little more unique to the Jewish experience. This guy might have been strutting around as early as the days of Hammurabi in Babylon. Picture him as a patriarchal Semitic nomad, wandering around like he's on a never-ending road trip. You'll want to flip to Genesis for the juicy details of his adventures and the saga of his sons and grandkids who ended up in Egypt. Abraham trekked through Canaan, and the Bible tells us that God promised him this beautiful land filled with prosperous cities. But after a long detour in Egypt and 50 years of wandering in the wilderness, Moses, the children of Abraham, now a whole bunch of 12 tribes, decided to invade Canaan from the Arabian deserts. This might have happened sometime between 1600 and 1300 BC, but good luck finding any Egyptian records to back that up. Spoiler alert, they didn't exactly conquer much. They were stuck with the hilly backcountry while the coast was ruled by the Philistines, those pesky newcomers from the Aegean. Cities like Gaza, Gath, Ashdod, Ascalon, and Joppa were like the bouncers of the ancient world, successfully fending off any Hebrew attempts to crash the party. For generations, the children of Abraham were just a bunch of obscure folks in the hills, bickering with the Philistines and their neighbors, the Moabites and Midianites. You can read all about their struggles and disasters in the Book of Judges, which is basically a highlight reel of failures and mishaps. For most of this time, the Hebrews were ruled by priestly judges picked by the elders, but eventually, around 1000 BC, they decided they wanted a king. Enter Saul, their first king, who led them into battle with not much improvement over the judges. Spoiler alert, he met his end under a hail of Philistine arrows at Mount Gilboa, and his armor ended up in the temple of the Philistine Venus. Talk about a bad day. His body was nailed to the walls of Beth-shan, which is just a delightful image, isn't it? Then came David, who was a bit more successful and politically savvy. With him, the Hebrews experienced their only real period of prosperity, thanks to a cozy alliance with Hiram, the king of Tyre. Hiram was like the ancient world's version of a savvy business partner, looking to secure a trade route to the Red Sea through the Hebrew hills. Egypt was in chaos, so Hiram decided to buddy up with David and later his son Solomon. Under Hiram's watchful eye, Jerusalem blossomed with walls, a palace, and a temple, while Hiram launched his ships on the Red Sea. Trade flourished, and Solomon basked in unprecedented prosperity, even marrying a daughter of Pharaoh. But let's not get too carried away. At the height of his glory, Solomon was still just a minor king in a small city. His reign was so fleeting that just a few years after his death, Shishak, the first pharaoh of the 22nd dynasty, strolled into Jerusalem and looted its treasures. Critics have questioned the grandeur of Solomon's reign, suggesting that later writers might have embellished the story with a hefty dose of patriotic pride. And honestly, when you break it down, Solomon's temple could fit inside a small suburban church, and his 1,400 chariots seem a bit underwhelming when you realize Ahab sent 2,000 to the Assyrian army. The Bible narrative makes it clear that Solomon was all about the show, overworking his people in the process. After he died, the northern kingdom split off, forming the independent kingdom of Israel, while Jerusalem remained the capital of Judah. But the good times didn't last long. Hiram passed away, and the support from Tyre dried up. Egypt regained its strength, and the history of the kings of Israel and Judah became a saga of two little states caught between the might of Syria, Assyria, and Babylon to the north and Egypt to the south. It's a tale filled with disasters and narrow escapes, like a never-ending game of dodgeball with barbaric kings ruling over a barbaric people. In 721 BC, the kingdom of Israel was swept away into captivity by the Assyrians, and its people vanished from history. Judah held on until 604 BC, when it met a similar fate. Sure, there are details in the Bible that might raise eyebrows, but overall it's a story that aligns pretty well with what we've uncovered in the excavations of Egypt, Assyria, and Babylon over the past century. It was in Babylon that the Hebrew people really pieced together their history and evolved their traditions. When they returned to Jerusalem at Cyrus's command, they were a transformed people, brimming with new spirit and knowledge, ready to embrace civilization. In the fascinating tapestry of human history, there emerged a unique group of individuals. The prophets. These weren't your average Joes. They were a new breed, marking the arrival of remarkable forces that would shape society in ways no one could have predicted. Now, let's set the stage in Judea, during a time when the fall of Assyria and Babylon was just the beginning of a series of calamities for the Semitic peoples. Picture it, the 7th century BC. It would have seemed like Semitic rulers were about to take over the civilized world. They had their hands on the reins of the Grand Assyrian Empire and had even conquered Egypt. Assyria, Babylon, and Syria were all Semitic-speaking languages that were practically like a family reunion. Trade? Oh, it was firmly in their grasp. Tyre and Sidon, those bustling mother cities of the Phoenician coast, had colonies sprouting up like weeds in Spain, Sicily, and Africa. Carthage, founded before 800 BC, was booming with a population of over 1 million. Can you imagine? It was the greatest city on earth at one point, with ships sailing all the way to Britain and maybe even reaching Madeira. And while the Aryan peoples were still figuring out how to wear pants, the Greeks were busy trying to piece together a new civilization from the rubble of the old one they had smashed. Meanwhile, the Medes were becoming formidable in Central Asia, whatever that means. Fast forward to 800 BC, and no one could have guessed that by the 3rd century BC, Semitic dominance would be wiped clean off the map by Aryan conquerors. The Semitic peoples would find themselves as subjects, tributaries, or scattered like confetti, except for the Bedouins in the northern deserts of Arabia, who clung to their nomadic lifestyle like a toddler to their blankie. They never fell under Aryan rule. Now, among all these civilized Semites who were trampled over in those tumultuous 5 centuries, one little group held on tight to their ancient traditions, the Jews. They were sent back to rebuild Jerusalem by Cyrus the Persian, and they had a secret weapon. Their literature, their Bible, which they had pieced together in Babylon. It's not so much that the Jews created the Bible, it's more like the Bible created the Jews. Running through those pages were ideas that were refreshingly different from what everyone else was thinking. Ideas that would sustain them through 25 centuries of hardship, adventure, and oppression. The most significant of these ideas? Their God was invisible and remote, a Lord of righteousness floating above the fray, unlike the national gods of other peoples who were stuck in temples and could die if their images were smashed. This was a game changer. The Jews believed that their God had chosen them to be his special people, tasked with restoring Jerusalem as the capital of righteousness in the world. Talk about a sense of destiny. When they returned to Jerusalem after their Babylonian captivity, this belief was like a warm blanket wrapping around them. Is it any wonder that during their times of struggle, many Babylonians, Syrians, and even Phoenicians, who shared the same language and customs, were drawn to this inspiring cult? After the fall of Tyre, Sidon, Carthage, and those Spanish Phoenician cities, the Phoenicians seemed to vanish from history. But suddenly, in places like Jerusalem, Spain, Africa, Egypt, and Arabia, you'd find communities of Jews popping up everywhere. They were all connected by the Bible, the book that became their real city. This was something new in history, a people without a king and, soon enough, without a temple, because, spoiler alert, Jerusalem got wrecked in 70 AD. They were held together by the sheer power of the written word. This wasn't some grand plan orchestrated by priests or statesmen. It just happened. And with the development of the Jews came a new kind of man. Back in the days of Solomon, the Hebrews looked like they were just going to be another little group, cozying up to the court and temple, ruled by the wisdom of priests and the ambition of kings. But already, the seeds of something different were sprouting. Enter the prophets. As troubles thickened around the divided Hebrews, the importance of these prophets grew. What were they, you ask? They were a motley crew of individuals from all walks of life. The prophet Ezekiel was from the priestly class, while Amos donned the goatskin mantle of a shepherd. But they all had one thing in common: allegiance to no one but the God of righteousness, speaking directly to the people without any fancy titles or consecration. Now the word of the Lord came unto me, was their go-to line. They were intensely political, calling out the people against Egypt, that broken reed, or against Assyria and Babylon. They weren't afraid to denounce the laziness of the priests or the blatant sins of the kings. Some even tackled what we'd call social reform, pointing out how the rich were grinding the faces of the poor, and how the wealthy were cozying up to the vices of foreigners. And let's be real, this was a big no-no in the eyes of Jehovah, the God of Abraham, who was definitely not one to let such things slide. These fiery messages were written down, preserved, and studied. They traveled with the Jews wherever they went, spreading a new religious spirit that carried the common man past the priests and temples. So, picture this: past courts and kings, all tangled up in the grand tapestry of history, where the rule of righteousness reigns supreme. It's like the ultimate cosmic showdown, where the prophetic voice of Isaiah rises to this magnificent crescendo, envisioning a world united under one God. Sounds pretty dreamy, right? But hold your horses, because not all the prophets were singing in harmony. Nope, if you peek into those prophetic books, you'll find a whole lot of hate and prejudice. Kind of like the comment section of a viral video today. But here's the kicker. During the Babylonian captivity, the Hebrew prophets were stirring the pot, introducing this wild new concept of individual moral appeal. A call to free conscience that was like a breath of fresh air, pushing back against those old-school ritualistic sacrifices that had people shackled to tradition. Now let's shift gears to the Greeks. After Solomon's reign around 960 BC, the kingdoms of Israel and Judah were falling apart like a cheap suit. Meanwhile, the Jewish folks were busy crafting their traditions in Babylon, while across the Aegean, the Greeks were gearing up for their own intellectual adventure. These Greek tribes, a branch of the Aryan-speaking family tree, had strolled into the Aegean cities and islands centuries before the first elephant was hunted by Pharaoh Thothmes. Imagine that. Elephants in Mesopotamia and lions roaming Greece. It's like a bizarre wildlife documentary gone wrong. Now, there's a theory that a Greek raid might have burned Knossos to the ground, but guess what? No Greek legends to back that up. Instead, we get tales of Minos and his labyrinthine palace, which is a lot more fun to think about. Like their Aryan cousins, the Greeks had their own singers and reciters, who were the original social media influencers, passing down two epic tales. The _Iliad_ about a bunch of Greek tribes besieging and sacking Troy, and the _Odyssey_, which is basically a long-winded adventure of Odysseus trying to find his way home after the whole Troy fiasco. These epics were written down sometime in the 8th or 7th century BC, thanks to the Greeks snagging an alphabet from their more civilized neighbors. But let's be real, these stories were probably floating around long before that. They used to be credited to this blind bard named Homer, who some folks imagine sitting down like Milton and crafting masterpieces. Whether he was the original author or just a really good editor is a debate for the ages, but who cares? What matters is that by the 8th century BC, the Greeks had these epics, which connected their tribes and gave them a sense of unity against the barbarians lurking outside their borders. Now, these Greeks were a bit rough around the edges, living in open villages of huts around their chiefs' halls, still recovering from the destruction of the Aegean cities. They eventually got their act together, building walls around their cities and adopting temple ideas from the folks they conquered. It's like they were saying, hey, let's build a fortress first, then we'll figure out the whole worship thing. By the 7th century BC, new cities were popping up all over Greece, like Athens, Sparta, and Corinth, while they were also establishing Greek settlements along the coast of the Black Sea and in Italy and Sicily. They called the heel and toe of Italy Magna Graecia, and Marseilles? Yep, that was a Greek town built on an old Phoenician site. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Countries with big plains or major rivers tend to unite under one rule, like Egypt and Sumeria. But the Greeks, they were scattered across mountains and islands, which made them more like a jigsaw puzzle than a cohesive empire. When they entered history, they were divided into a bunch of tiny states, each with its own quirks. Some were pure Greek, while others had a mix of pre-Greek Mediterranean folks. And let's not forget the political landscape. Some states had aristocracies, others were democracies, and some were ruled by kings or tyrants. It was like a reality show of ancient governance, with alliances forming and breaking like they were on a dating app. The geography that kept them divided also kept them small. The largest states were smaller than many English counties, and their cities rarely topped 300,000 people. Most were even smaller than 50,000. They formed leagues and alliances, but there was no grand unification. Yet, despite all the chaos, Greece was held together by two things: those epic tales and the Olympic Games, held every 4 years. Sure, wars and feuds still happened, but the games brought a bit of civility, with a truce protecting travelers heading to and from the events. Over time, that sense of shared heritage grew, and more states joined in, welcoming not just Greeks but competitors from neighboring lands like Epirus and Macedonia. So, there you have it, a wild ride through history, where the Greeks were busy building their identity one epic at a time. The Greek cities were bustling with trade and importance, steadily rising in civilization during the 7th and 6th centuries BC. Now, their social life was a bit of a quirky departure from the more traditional Aegean and river valley civilizations. Sure, they had some magnificent temples, but their priesthood? Not quite the all-knowing, idea-hoarding powerhouses you might expect from older cultures. Nope, they didn't have a quasi-divine monarch surrounded by a court that could rival a Hollywood red carpet. Instead, they had an aristocratic setup, with leading families keeping each other in check like a high-stakes game of Monopoly, but with more togas and less chance of landing on boardwalk. And let's talk about their so-called democracies. It's not like everyone got a vote and a cookie. Many of these Greek democracies had only a few hundred or thousand citizens, while the rest slaves, freedmen, and the like were left out of the public affairs party. So, while the Greeks were busy patting themselves on the back for their democratic ideals, the real power was still in the hands of a select group of substantial men. Their kings and tyrants? Just regular guys playing dress-up. Not the godlike figures you'd find in Egypt or Mesopotamia. This meant that thought and governance had a level of freedom that was practically revolutionary compared to the older civilizations. As the Greeks emerged from their barbaric warfare, something magical happened in their intellectual life. We see men who weren't priests, just regular folks, starting to ask some pretty deep questions about life and existence. Think of it as the original "Dude, what's the meaning of life?" moment. By the 6th century BC, while Isaiah was still busy prophesying in Babylon, thinkers like Thales, Anaximander of Miletus, and Heraclitus of Ephesus were stepping up to the plate. These guys were the first philosophers, or as I like to call them, the original wisdom lovers. They were diving into the mysteries of the universe, questioning everything from its nature to its destiny, and they weren't settling for the usual, because I said so, answers. Now, let's not overlook how pivotal the 6th century BC was for humanity. While Greek philosophers were on the hunt for clarity about the universe, Isaiah was elevating Jewish prophecy, And across the globe, Gautama Buddha was teaching in India while Confucius and Lao Tse were stirring things up in China. It was like a global intellectual party, and everyone was invited. Now, let's shift gears to the wars of the Greeks and Persians. While the Greeks were busy with their free-thinking escapades, two adventurous Aryan peoples, the Medes and the Persians, were busy building a massive empire that dwarfed anything the world had seen before. Under Cyrus, they gobbled up Babylon and the ancient civilization of Lydia, and soon the Phoenician cities and Greek cities in Asia Minor were paying tribute. Cambyses even conquered Egypt, and by the time Darius the Mede took the throne in 521 BC, he was practically the monarch of the world. His couriers were zipping around with decrees from the Dardanelles to the Indus, and from Upper Egypt to Central Asia. Sure, the Greeks in Europe, Italy, Carthage, Sicily, and the Spanish Phoenician settlements were not under Persian rule, but they treated it with a healthy dose of respect. The only real trouble came from the Scythians, those old Nordic raiders from South Russia and Central Asia, who were like the annoying relatives that show up uninvited to family gatherings. But here's the kicker. The Persian Empire wasn't just filled with Persians. Nope, they were a small conquering minority in a vast realm. The rest of the population was just going about their business as usual, with Persian becoming the administrative language. Trade and finance were still largely in the hands of Semitic merchants, with Tyre and Sidon holding down the Mediterranean ports like champs. And guess what? The Greeks were starting to make waves as serious rivals to the Semites on the sea, bringing their sharp minds and unprejudiced approach to the table. Now, Darius I had his sights set on Europe, thanks to those pesky Scythians. He crossed the Bosphorus with a massive army, marching through Bulgaria to the Danube, where he built a bridge of boats to push further north. But his army, mostly infantry, suffered terribly. The mounted Scythians rode circles around them, cutting off supplies and picking off stragglers without ever engaging in a real battle. Talk about a tactical nightmare. Darius had to retreat, tail between his legs, but he left an army in Thrace and Macedonia, which eventually submitted to his rule. This setback sparked insurrections among the Greek cities in Asia, and soon the Greeks in Europe were drawn into the fray. Darius decided it was time to subjugate the Greeks in Europe. With the Phoenician fleet at his disposal, he began to conquer one island after another. Finally, in 490 BC, he launched his main attack on Athens. A considerable armada set sail from Asia Minor and the eastern Mediterranean, landing troops at Marathon, just north of Athens. And here's where it gets interesting. Athens' bitter rival, Sparta, was called upon for help. They sent a swift runner, think of him as the original marathon runner, imploring the Spartans not to let the Greeks fall into the hands of barbarians. This guy covered over 100 miles of rough terrain in less than 2 days. The Spartans, being the good sports they were, responded promptly. But by the time they reached Athens 3 days later, well, there was nothing left to do but gaze upon the battlefield, littered with the bodies of the defeated Persian soldiers. The Persian fleet had already made its retreat back to Asia, marking the end of their first attempt to conquer Greece. But hold on to your helmets, because the next round was going to be a whole lot more impressive. Darius, the Persian king, didn't take the news of his defeat at Marathon too well. He kicked the bucket shortly after. Enter Xerxes, his son, who spent 4 years gearing up to crush the Greeks like a bug under a sandal. For a while, fear united the Greek city-states, which is kind of ironic, right? The army Xerxes assembled was the largest ever seen, a chaotic mix of soldiers that crossed the Dardanelles in 480 BC on a bridge made of boats. Talk about a floating bridge party. As this colossal force advanced, a ragtag fleet followed along, bringing supplies and probably a few snacks for the journey. But at the narrow pass of Thermopylae, a mere 1,400 Spartans, led by the legendary Leonidas, stood their ground against this overwhelming horde. After a fight that could only be described as epic, think of it as the original Last Stand, every single Spartan was killed. But they didn't go down without a fight. They inflicted massive losses on the Persians, who continued on to Thebes and Athens, albeit with a bit more caution in their step. Thebes waved the white flag and made terms, while the Athenians, realizing they were in hot water, abandoned their city, which was promptly set ablaze. It looked like Greece was about to become a Persian playground. But wait, in a twist worthy of a Hollywood blockbuster, The Greek fleet, though not even a third the size of the Persian armada, launched a surprise attack in the Bay of Salamis and utterly wrecked the Persian ships. Talk about a plot twist. With his supplies cut off and morale in the gutter, Xerxes retreated back to Asia with half of his army, leaving the rest to face defeat at Plataea in 479 BC. Meanwhile, the remnants of the Persian fleet were hunted down and destroyed at Mycale in Asia Minor. And just like that, the Persian threat fizzled out. Most Greek cities in Asia gained their freedom, and the story of this epic clash is told in vivid detail in the first written history, the history of Herodotus. Now, who was this Herodotus, you ask? Born around 484 BC in Halicarnassus, a city in Asia Minor, he traveled to Babylon and Egypt, gathering all the juicy details for his history. After the Battle of Mycale, Persia fell into a chaotic mess of dynastic troubles. Xerxes met a rather unfortunate end in 465 BC, and rebellions in Egypt, Syria, and Media turned that once mighty empire into a hot mess. Herodotus, bless his heart, emphasized Persia's weaknesses, and his history reads like an ancient call to arms for the Greeks to unite and take down their oppressors. He even had a character named Aristagoras strutting into Sparta with a map of the known world, saying, "Hey, these barbarians aren't exactly warriors. You guys, on the other hand, have mastered the art of war. Just think of all the shiny gold, silver, bronze, fancy clothes, and slaves you could have if you wanted them. Now let's talk about the splendor of Greece." The century and a half following the defeat of Persia was a dazzling time for Greek civilization. Sure, Greece was embroiled in a fierce struggle for dominance between Athens, Sparta, and other states during the Peloponnesian War from 431 to 404 BC, and by 338 BC, the Macedonians were practically running the show. But during this time, Greek thought and creativity soared to heights that would illuminate humanity for ages to come. At the heart of this intellectual explosion was Athens. For over 30 years, from 466 to 428 BC, the city was under the influence of Pericles, a man with a vision and a flair for the dramatic. He set about rebuilding Athens from the ashes left by the Persians, and the stunning ruins we admire today are largely thanks to his efforts. But he didn't stop at just bricks and mortar. He revitalized Athens intellectually, gathering architects, sculptors, poets, dramatists, philosophers, and teachers like a kid collecting Pokemon cards. Herodotus even made an appearance in Athens to recite his history in 438 BC. Anaxagoras brought the beginnings of scientific thought about the sun and stars. And then there were the playwrights Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides who took Greek drama to heights of beauty and nobility that still resonate today. The momentum Pericles created didn't just vanish after his death, despite the looming shadow of the Peloponnesian War. In fact, the political turmoil seemed to spark rather than stifle creativity. Long before Pericles, the unique freedom of Greek institutions had already placed a premium on the art of discussion. Decisions weren't made by kings or priests but by the assemblies of the people. Eloquence became the name of the game, and a new class of teachers, the sophists, emerged to help young men sharpen their rhetorical skills. But here's the kicker: you can't reason without substance, and knowledge followed closely behind the art of speech. The rivalries among the sophists led to a deep dive into style, thought processes, and the validity of arguments. By the time Pericles passed away, a certain Socrates was rising to prominence as a sharp critic of poor reasoning, much of which was coming from the sophists themselves. A group of bright young minds gathered around Socrates, who ultimately met a rather grim fate for his trouble, condemned to drink a poisonous concoction made from hemlock in 400 BC. But the spark of his teachings didn't die with him. His students carried on the torch of inquiry. Among them was Plato, born in 427 BC, who began teaching philosophy in the grove of the Academy. His teachings split into two main paths: examining the foundations and methods of human thought and scrutinizing political institutions. He was the first to draft a utopia, a vision of a community that was better than anything that existed at the time. Talk about bold. Plato boldly declared to humanity, "Most of the social and political ills you face are within your control, if only you have the will and courage to change them. You can live differently, more wisely, if you just think it through and put in the work." You're not even aware of your own power. Now, that's a daring message to send out into the world. So, let's dive into the mind of one of history's biggest thinkers. Shall we? Picture this. A guy named Plato who's not just dreaming about a perfect society but actually scribbling it down in his work, The Republic, a sort of communist aristocracy, if you will. Fast forward to his last unfinished piece, The Laws, where he's still trying to sketch out another utopian wonderland. But, alas, it's all a bit too ambitious, much like trying to bake a souffle without a recipe. Now, after Plato's time, we've got Aristotle, who, by the way, was once Plato's student. This guy took the philosophical baton and ran with it, teaching in the Lyceum. He hailed from Stagira in Macedonia, where his dad was the royal physician. Talk about a family connection. And guess what? He even tutored Alexander, the king's son, who would go on to do some pretty wild things that we'll get to shortly. Aristotle didn't mess around with fanciful utopias. No, he was all about getting his hands dirty with facts. He figured out that to really control destiny, you needed a solid grip on knowledge, like trying to juggle while riding a unicycle. So, he sent out explorers to gather information, laying the groundwork for what we now call science. He's basically the granddaddy of natural history and political science. His students even compared the constitutions of 158 different states. Because why not? Here we are in the 4th century BC, and it's like the dawn of modern thinking. Those childlike, dreamy ideas of the past, tossed aside, the gods and their bizarre symbolism, out the window. Instead, we have these fresh minds, bursting with curiosity, ready to poke around in the mysteries of life like kids in a candy store. Now, let's shift our gaze to the north, where Macedonia is slowly rising to power while Greece is busy tearing itself apart in the Peloponnesian War from 431 to 404 BC. Enter Philip, a king with ambition and a knack for military strategy. He's got a Greek education under his belt and dreams of conquering Asia, thanks to some ideas floating around from Herodotus and Isocrates. Philip wasn't just a king, he was a military innovator. He took the traditional horse chariot battles of the past and said, "Let's spice this up." He organized his infantry into the Macedonian phalanx and trained his cavalry to fight in formation. Imagine a well-oiled machine charging into battle, while the infantry held the line like a solid wall of muscle. By the time of the Battle of Chaeronea in 338 BC, Philip had Greece at his feet. It was like a game of chess, and he was the grandmaster. He was appointed captain general of the Greco-Macedonian Confederacy against Persia. But plot twist, he never got to lead the charge. He was assassinated, possibly thanks to a jealous wife. Talk about a dramatic family dinner. But fear not, for his son Alexander was ready to step into the spotlight. At just 18, he commanded cavalry at Chaeronea, and by the time he was 20, he was off to fulfill his father's dreams. In 334 BC, he crossed into Asia, defeating a Persian army at the Battle of the Granicus. Picture him, strutting along the coast, capturing cities like a kid collecting Pokemon cards. Then came Issus in 333 BC, where he faced off against Darius III. It was a chaotic scene, with Darius's entourage resembling a traveling circus more than a military force. Alexander stormed through cities like Sidon and Gaza, and by the end of 332 BC, he was in Egypt, taking over like he owned the place. He built cities, making sure they were fortified and ready for trade, while the Phoenicians seemed to vanish from history. It was like a magic trick gone wrong. In 331 BC, he marched out of Egypt towards Babylon, following in the footsteps of ancient kings. At Arbela, near the ruins of Nineveh, he faced Darius again in a decisive battle. Darius's chariot charge? A total flop. Alexander's cavalry swooped in, and the phalanx finished the job. Darius fled, leaving Alexander to march on to Babylon, Susa, and Persepolis, where, after a wild party, he burned down Darius's palace. And just like that, Alexander was making a military parade across Central Asia, leaving a trail of chaos and conquest in his wake. So, picture this: the vast Persian Empire, stretching out like a giant carpet, and here comes Alexander, all ambitious and ready to conquer. He starts off by heading north, chasing after Darius, who, spoiler alert, is having a pretty bad day. Darius gets caught, and by dawn, he's found dying in his chariot, courtesy of his own people. Talk about a dramatic exit. When Alexander finally arrives, he finds Darius already gone, like a bad party guest who leaves before the cake is cut. Now, Alexander doesn't just sit around moping. No, he skirts around the Caspian Sea, climbs the mountains of western Turkestan, and rolls down into Herat, which he decides to name after himself. Classic move. Then he heads through Kabul and the Khyber Pass into India, where he faces off against King Porus. And guess what? For the first time, his troops encounter elephants. Yes, those big, lumbering beasts that probably made his soldiers question their life choices. But in a twist of fate, they defeat Porus and his elephants. I mean, who knew that a bunch of Macedonians could take on a zoo? After all that excitement, Alexander builds some ships, sails down to the mouth of the Indus, and makes his way back along the coast of Baluchistan. He finally returns to Susa in 324 BC, after 6 long years of conquering and adventuring. Now, you'd think he'd kick back and enjoy his empire, right? Wrong. Instead, he decides to consolidate his new territories. He puts on the fancy robes and tiara of a Persian king, which, let's be honest, didn't sit well with his Macedonian buddies. Jealousy? Oh, you bet. To smooth things over, he arranges marriages between his Macedonian officers and Persian and Babylonian women. What a romantic gesture. They called it the marriage of the East and West. But, spoiler alert again, Alexander never got to see his grand plans come to fruition. After a wild night of drinking in Babylon, he catches a fever and dies in 323 BC. Just like that, his vast empire crumbles. His generals scramble for power like kids fighting over the last cookie. Seleucus grabs most of the old Persian territory, Ptolemy snatches Egypt, and Antigonus takes Macedonia. The rest? Well, it's a chaotic mess, with local adventurers popping up like weeds. And don't even get me started on the barbarian raids from the north. Those guys were relentless. Now, let's shift gears to the museum and library at Alexandria. Before Alexander's time, Greeks were already spreading their influence across the Persian lands as merchants, artists, and soldiers. After Xerxes' death, a group of 10,000 Greek mercenaries, led by Xenophon, made quite the journey back home from Babylon, which he chronicled in his Retreat of the 10,000. It's one of the earliest war stories ever penned by a general. But Alexander's conquests really kicked the Greek culture into high gear, spreading it far and wide, even to the far reaches of Central Asia and Northwest India. Their impact on Indian art? Huge. For centuries, Athens held the crown for art and culture, with its schools thriving until 529 AD. But soon, the intellectual spotlight shifted to Alexandria, the bustling trading city Alexander founded. Enter Ptolemy, a former Macedonian general turned pharaoh, who was practically besties with Alexander and soaked up Aristotle's wisdom like a sponge. He was all about organizing knowledge and investigation, even writing a history of Alexander's campaigns, though sadly that's lost to time. Ptolemy wasn't just a dreamer. He put his money where his mouth was and established the Museum of Alexandria, dedicated to the Muses. For a couple of generations, this place was a hotbed of scientific discovery. Think of Euclid, Eratosthenes, who nearly nailed the Earth-size Apollonius, Hipparchus, and Hero, who invented the first steam engine. Archimedes even made a pit stop there to study. It was like the Avengers of science, all gathering in one place. But as with all good things, it didn't last. The museum, being a royal college, relied on Pharaoh's whims for funding. When the Ptolemies started to Egyptianize and get cozy with the priests, the spirit of inquiry fizzled out. The golden age of Alexandria's knowledge production dwindled after its first century. Ptolemy didn't just stop at the museum. He also aimed to create the Library of Alexandria, a treasure trove of wisdom and a book-copying factory. Imagine an army of scribes working tirelessly to multiply books like a medieval printing press, but with more scrolls and less caffeine. This was the dawn of systematic knowledge gathering, marking a pivotal moment in human history, the true beginning of modern history. But, of course, it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. There was a significant social gap between the philosophers and the artisans. Glass workers were busy crafting beautiful beads but had no clue about making lenses. Metal workers were churning out weapons and jewelry but never thought to invent a chemical balance. Philosophers were lost in lofty thoughts about atoms while the practical world whizzed by them. So, despite Hero's steam engine invention, it never really got put to good use. Alexandria, in its brief moment of opportunity, produced no microscopes or chemistry. It was a time of great potential, but alas, it was also a time of missed opportunities. So, let's dive into a time when the world was a little less about TikTok and a lot more about scrolls and scrolls of parchment. Picture this: the ancient world, bustling with intellectual curiosity, but not quite the kind that made it to your average Joe on the street. Nope, the excitement of science was pretty much a VIP club, and when the Ptolemies, those brainy rulers of Alexandria, lost interest, the whole thing just fizzled out like a damp firework. The discoveries made in the Grand Museum of Alexandria? They were tucked away in dusty manuscripts, waiting for the Renaissance to come along and give them a good shake. And let's not even get started on bookmaking. Back then, the only materials available were parchment and papyrus strips, which were about as convenient as trying to read a novel while riding a roller coaster. Imagine rolling those unwieldy scrolls back and forth, squinting at the text, while your buddy is trying to nudge you to get to the good part. And printing? Oh, it was like a secret recipe that nobody had the right ingredients for. Sure, they had seals in ancient Sumeria, but without paper that didn't come from a tree that looked like it had seen. Better days, what was the point? It's like having a fancy cake recipe but no flour. Alexandria may have churned out books, but they were the kind that only the wealthy could afford, like the designer handbags of the literary world. Imagine a bright light in a dark lantern, blindingly bright, yet completely hidden from the rest of the world. That was Alexandria's intellectual scene. The rest of humanity continued on, blissfully unaware that the seeds of knowledge were being sown, just waiting for the right conditions to sprout. And then, bam! A thick fog of bigotry rolled in, smothering that intellectual blaze for 1,000 years. But fear not. Eventually, those seeds began to germinate, leading to a flourishing of ideas that would change everything. Fast forward to the 3rd century BC, and we find that Alexandria wasn't the only hotbed of Greek thought. Cities like Syracuse in Sicily and Pergamum in Asia Minor were buzzing with intellectual activity, even as the shadows of invading Nordic barbarians loomed over them. The Gauls were charging down like they were auditioning for a Viking movie, smashing and grabbing everything in sight. And right behind them, the Romans, who were more about law and order than artistic flair. They were like that friend who insists on organizing everything while you just want to have fun. Meanwhile, the Parthians were galloping in from Central Asia, treating the Greco-Persian Empire like it was a piñata at a birthday party, only, a lot less fun and a lot more destructive. Now, let's rewind a bit, back 3 centuries to a guy named Gautama Buddha. Picture him teaching in Benares, India, around the same time Isaiah was doing his thing with the Jews in Babylon. It was the 6th century BC, a time when minds were waking up like they just had a strong cup of coffee. People were questioning everything: kings, priests, blood sacrifices, you name it. It was like humanity was hitting PBRTY after 20,000 years of childhood. The early history of India is a bit murky, but somewhere around 2000 BC, a group of Aryan-speaking folks rolled in from the northwest, spreading their language and traditions like they were handing out free samples at a grocery store. They found a more sophisticated civilization already in place, but instead of mingling, they kept to themselves like introverts at a party. By the time history starts to clear up, Indian society was stratified into layers, like a really complicated cake that nobody could agree on how to slice. Siddhartha Gautama, our future Buddha, was born into an aristocratic family in the Himalayan foothills. He had it all: a beautiful wife, gardens, and rice fields to frolic in. But then, like a plot twist in a bad rom-com, he felt a deep discontent creeping in. It was the kind of existential crisis that hits when you realize your life is more of a long vacation than a meaningful journey. He met wandering ascetics, those guys who lived on the edge of society, seeking deeper truths while Gautama was stuck in his cushy life. And just like that, a passionate desire to find something real took hold of him. He was deep in thought about his grand plan, when suddenly, the news hit him like a bucket of cold water. His wife had just given birth to their first son. Great! Another tie to break, Gautama mused, probably wishing he could just hit the snooze button on life. he returned to the village, where his fellow clansmen were throwing a massive feast, complete with a notch dance to celebrate this new little bundle of joy. But as the night wore on, Gautama found himself awake, wrestling with a storm of emotions. Like a guy who just found out his house is on fire, in that moment he decided to ditch his carefree life. He tiptoed to his wife's chamber, where she lay peacefully asleep, surrounded by flowers and cradling their newborn son. Oh, the temptation to scoop up that tiny human for one last hug before vanishing into the night. But, fearing he'd wake his wife, he turned away and slipped into the bright Indian moonlight. He hopped on his horse and rode off into the unknown. He rode far that night, and by morning, he found himself at the edge of his clan's territory, dismounting beside a sandy river. With a dramatic flair, he chopped off his flowing locks with his sword, tossed aside his jewelry, and sent his horse and sword back home like a bad breakup. Then he met a scruffy man and, in a classic let's swap clothes moment, traded outfits. Now, free from worldly attachments, he was ready to chase wisdom like a kid chasing an ice cream truck. He headed south to a hermit hangout in the Vindhya Mountains, where wise men lived in a maze of caves, popping into town for their basic supplies and sharing their knowledge with anyone who cared to listen. Gautama soaked up all the metaphysics of the day, but his sharp mind wasn't satisfied with the answers he found. You see, the Indian mindset back then believed that extreme asceticism, think fasting, sleepless nights, and self-torture was the key to unlocking wisdom. So Gautama and his 5 disciples decided to put that theory to the test. They retreated to the jungle, where he subjected himself to some seriously intense fasting and penances. His fame spread like the sound of a giant bell echoing through the sky. But guess what? No enlightenment came knocking at his door. One day, while pacing back and forth, trying to think through his hunger-induced haze, he suddenly collapsed. When he came to, it hit him like a ton of bricks. These semi-magical methods of seeking wisdom were utterly ridiculous. His disciples were horrified when he announced he wanted regular food and refused to keep torturing himself. He realized that the best way to find truth was with a nourished brain in a healthy body. Radical, right? His followers, clearly not ready for this revolutionary idea, abandoned him and trudged off to Benares, looking like they'd just lost their favorite video game. Gautama wandered alone, and as he grappled with the complexities of life, he made progress bit by bit, often unaware of how far he'd come. Then, one day, while sitting under a massive tree by a river, it all clicked. Clarity washed over him like a refreshing wave, and he spent the day and night in deep contemplation. When he finally stood up, he was ready to share his newfound insights with the world. He made his way to Benares, where he sought out his lost disciples and welcomed them back into his fold with his fresh teachings. In the King's Deer Park at Benares, they built huts and set up a little school for seekers of wisdom. The starting point of Gautama's teachings? His own introspective question as a young man, why am I not completely happy? This question was a far cry from the more external inquiries of thinkers like Thales and Heraclitus, who were busy tackling the universe's mysteries. Gautama, on the other hand, was all about self-examination, aiming to obliterate the self. He taught that all suffering stemmed from our greedy desires. Until a person conquers their cravings, life is just a series of troubles leading to sorrow. He identified 3 main forms of craving, all of which were considered evil: the desire for physical pleasures, the thirst for personal immortality, and the hunger for worldly success. To escape the pains of life, one had to overcome these desires. Only then, when the self had vanished completely, could one achieve the ultimate serenity of soul nirvana. Now, this teaching was subtle and metaphysical, not exactly a walk in the park to grasp, especially compared to the straightforward Greek philosophy or the moral imperatives of the Hebrew prophets. Even Gautama's closest disciples struggled to fully understand it, and it's no surprise that once he was gone, his teachings got a little muddled. Back in those days, many believed that every so often, wisdom would stroll onto earth, incarnated in a chosen one known as the Buddha. Gautama's followers declared him the latest Buddha, though there's no solid proof he ever claimed that title himself. Before you knew it, legends began to swirl around him like a tornado of tall tales. After all, who doesn't love a good story over a moral lesson? Yet, amidst all the myth-making, there was a real takeaway. Even if Nirvana felt too lofty for most folks, and the tales of Gautama's life got a bit wild, they could still grasp the essence of what he called the Eightfold Path, the Noble Path. This path emphasized mental integrity, right intentions, honest speech, ethical conduct, and a decent livelihood. It sparked a sense of conscience and called for selfless, generous living. Man's struggle with self-control, well, let's just say it hasn't made much progress in the grand scheme of things. But then, along came Alexander the Great, who, as we know, had a flair for the dramatic. Picture this: he rolls into India and faces off against Porus by the Indus River. Now, here's where it gets interesting. A fellow named Chandragupta Maurya sauntered into Alexander's camp, trying to convince him to keep going and conquer all of India. But alas, Alexander's Macedonian buddies were like, "No thanks, we're not venturing into the great unknown." So, fast forward to 303 BC, and guess who's got the last laugh? Chandragupta. He rallied some hill tribes and built himself a nice little empire in North India, kicking Seleucus I to the curb in the Punjab. Talk about a plot twist. Now, his son expanded this empire, but it's his grandson, Asoka, who really takes the cake. By 264 BC, he's ruling from Afghanistan all the way down to Madras. At first, Asoka thought, hey, let's follow in Dad and Grandpa's footsteps and conquer the whole Indian peninsula. So he invades Kalinga in 255 BC and, surprise, surprise, he wins. But here's the kicker: unlike most conquerors who revel in their blood-soaked glory, Asoka was horrified by the brutality of war. He threw up his hands and said, "No more!" He ditched the sword for the peaceful teachings of Buddhism, declaring that his future conquests would be of the spiritual kind. For 28 glorious years, Asoka's reign was like a breath of fresh air in the otherwise chaotic history of mankind. He organized massive well-digging projects and planted trees for shade, because who doesn't love a good shady spot? He founded hospitals, public gardens, and even gardens for growing medicinal herbs. And get this, he created a ministry dedicated to caring for the indigenous people of India and made sure women got an education. Talk about a progressive king. He showered Buddhist teaching orders with donations, urging them to take a good, hard look at their own literature, which had gotten a bit cluttered with superstitions over the years. Asoka sent missionaries far and wide: Kashmir, Persia, Ceylon, Alexandria, spreading the good word of Buddhism. He was truly a king ahead of his time. But here's the twist. He didn't leave behind a successor or a solid organization to continue his work. Within a century of his death, his glorious reign became just a memory in a crumbling India. The Brahmins, the top dogs of the Indian social hierarchy, were not fans of Buddha's straightforward teachings. They slowly chipped away at Buddhism's influence, and before you knew it, the old monstrous gods of Hinduism were back in charge, with caste systems becoming even more complicated. For centuries, Buddhism and Brahmanism coexisted, but eventually, Buddhism faded into the background while Brahmanism took center stage in a multitude of forms. Yet, beyond India's borders, Buddhism flourished, spreading its wings to China, Siam, Burma, and Japan, where it still holds sway today. Now, let's shift gears and talk about two other heavyweights, Confucius and Lao Tse, who graced the world during that remarkable 6th century BC, a time that marked the adolescence of mankind. So far, we haven't delved much into the early story of China, and honestly, it's a bit of a murky mess. But we're counting on the new wave of Chinese explorers and archaeologists to dig up the past as thoroughly as their European counterparts have done over the last century. Long ago, the first primitive Chinese civilizations sprouted in the great river valleys, emerging from the primordial Heliolithic culture. Much like Egypt and Sumeria, these early societies revolved around temples where priests and priest-kings offered seasonal blood sacrifices. Life in those ancient cities must have felt eerily similar to the Egyptian and Sumerian lives of 6,000 or 7,000 years ago, or even the Maya civilization 1,000 years back. If there were human sacrifices, they had likely been replaced by animal sacrifices long before history began to record it. And just like their counterparts in the West, these early Chinese civilizations faced a cloud of nomadic peoples on their northern borders. Tribes that we now know as the Huns, Mongols, Turks, and Tartars were constantly shifting, dividing, and recombining, much like a game of musical chairs. These nomadic folks had horses long before the Nordic tribes did, and it's possible they stumbled upon iron in the Altai Mountains sometime after 1000 BC. Just as in the West, these eastern nomads occasionally banded together, becoming conquerors and masters of settled regions. It's quite plausible that the earliest civilization of China wasn't even Mongolian, just as the earliest civilizations of Europe and Western Asia weren't strictly Nordic or Semitic. By the time recorded history kicked in around 1750 BC, China was a sprawling network of little kingdoms and city-states, all loosely acknowledging a single great priest-emperor, the Son of Heaven. The Shang dynasty wrapped up around 1125 BC, and the Zhou dynasty took over, keeping China in a somewhat relaxed unity until the days of Asoka in India and the Ptolemies in Egypt. But as time went on, China began to unravel during this long Zhou period. Hunnish tribes came down, setting up their own principalities, while local rulers decided they were done paying tribute and went rogue. By the 6th century BC, one Chinese authority claimed there were 5,000 or 6,000 practically independent states in China. This chaotic time is what the Chinese records refer to as the Age of Confusion. But hey, this Age of Confusion wasn't all bad. It was also a time ripe with intellectual exploration, activity, and the vibrant pulse of local art and civilized living. When we dive deeper into Chinese history, we'll discover that China had its own versions of Miletus and Athens, Pergamum, and Macedonia. But for now, we'll keep things a bit vague and brief about this period of Chinese division, mainly because our knowledge is like a puzzle missing a few key pieces. Picture this: a stone carving in the Temple of Confucius at Kyifu, a relic from a time when, just like in the fragmented world of Greece, philosophers were pondering life's big questions. And in the chaotic backdrop of China, there were teachers and thinkers too. It's funny how insecurity and uncertainty seem to spark the best ideas, isn't it? Enter Confucius, a man of noble birth and a bit of a big deal in a small state called Lu. Much like the Greeks, he decided to set up an academy, his own little think tank for wisdom. The lawlessness and disorder of his time weighed heavily on him, like a soggy blanket on a hot summer day. He dreamed of a better government and a more noble life, wandering from state to state in search of a prince who would embrace his ideas. Spoiler alert, he never found that prince. Instead, he found court intrigues that were about as helpful as a chocolate teapot, undermining his influence and ultimately derailing his reform plans. Isn't it interesting that a century and a half later, the Greek philosopher Plato was also on the hunt for a prince? He even tried advising the tyrant Dionysius of Syracuse talk about a questionable career move. Confucius, sadly, died with a heavy heart, lamenting, "No intelligent ruler arises to take me as his master," as if he were the last kid picked for dodgeball. But here's the twist. His teachings had more life in them than he realized, and they became a cornerstone for the Chinese people, part of what they call the Three Teachings, alongside Buddha and Lao Tse. Now, the essence of Confucius's teaching revolved around the noble or aristocratic man. He was all about personal conduct. Just as Gautama was into self-forgetfulness, the Greeks were chasing knowledge, and the Jews were striving for righteousness. Confucius was the ultimate public servant, deeply troubled by the chaos around him, wanting to mold men into something noble to create a better world. He aimed to regulate conduct to an astonishing degree, crafting rules for every life situation like a life coach before life coaches were even a thing. The ideal he envisioned was a polite, public-spirited gentleman, sternly self-disciplined, already taking shape in northern China. Now, let's take a detour to Lao Tse, who was hanging out in the imperial library of the Zhou dynasty. His teachings were a bit more mystical and, let's be honest, kind of vague. He preached a stoic indifference to worldly pleasures, advocating for a return to an imaginary, simpler past. His writings, think riddles wrapped in enigmas. After he passed, his ideas, much like a game of telephone, got tangled up in legends and superstitions, layered with bizarre observances that would make your head spin. In China, just like in India, ancient magical ideas and monstrous legends from our childhood kept trying to smother the new ways of thinking. plastering them over with absurd rituals. Buddhism and Taoism, as we see them today, are like ancient sacrificial religions dressed up in monk robes and temple offerings, old school in form, if not in thought. But Confucius's teachings? They were straightforward and clear, not easily twisted into something unrecognizable. Inscribed in archaic characters, one might find, made for use by the elder of Hing village in Ting district, dating back to the latter half of the Zhou dynasty, around the 6th century BC. In the north, where the Huanghe River flows, Confucian thought took root, while the south, around the Yangtze-kiang, embraced Taoism. This north-south divide has always been a thread in Chinese history, like a sibling rivalry between the uptight, conservative north and the laid-back, artistic south. The Age of Confusion reached its peak in the 6th century BC, when the Zhou dynasty was so weak that Lao Tse threw in the towel and retired from the court. Three powers, Tsi and Tsin from the north, and the militaristic Xiu from the Yangtze Valley, dominated the scene. Eventually, Tsi and Tsin teamed up, took down Xiu, and imposed a treaty of peace, like a couple of kids finally agreeing to share the last cookie. Tsin emerged as the big player, and around the same time as Asoka in India, the Tsin monarch snatched the sacrificial vessels from the Zhou emperor, claiming his duties. His son, Shi Huangti, who became king in 246 BC and emperor in 220 BC, earned the title of the first universal emperor. Unlike Alexander, who had a bit of a rough patch, Shi Huangti reigned for 36 years, marking the dawn of a new era of unity and prosperity for the Chinese people. He fought off Hunnish invaders from the northern deserts and kicked off the monumental project that would become the Great Wall of China, a massive barrier to keep those pesky invaders at bay. In the grand tapestry of history, we find ourselves in a world where civilizations rise and fall like the tides. Picture it. In China, the Huns swept in, conquering and then blending into the very fabric of society, much like a bad stain on your favorite shirt that just won't come out. They weren't alone, though. Nomads roamed far and wide, shaking things up like a snow globe, bringing fresh ideas and a spirit of inquiry that questioned everything. Imagine them, peeking into the dusty old temples and saying, "Hey, maybe we don't need to worship these stone statues after all." They replaced the divine rulers with kings who were just, well, guys in charge, not gods or priests. Now, let's take a little detour to the National Museum in Rome, where a rather dramatic statue captures a Gaul, fresh from a murder-suicide scene, stabbing himself after taking out his wife. Talk about a family drama. Fast forward to the 6th century BC, and we see a world in upheaval. Ancient traditions were crumbling like old bread, making way for a new wave of moral and intellectual curiosity. Reading and writing became the new hot skills, no longer the secret handshake of the priestly elite. As travel became easier, thanks to horses and roads, trade flourished with the introduction of coin money. Can you imagine the first guy to say, "Hey, let's just use these shiny pieces of metal instead of lugging around a goat for a loaf of bread"? Genius. Now, let's shift our gaze from the far east of China back to the Mediterranean's western half, where a little city called Rome was about to make a big splash. Before 1000 BC, Italy was a wild land of mountains and forests, sparsely populated, like a hipster cafe before the brunch crowd shows up. Aryan tribes had settled in, forming tiny towns, while the south was dotted with Greek colonies. The ruins of Paestum still whisper tales of those early Greek settlements, their dignity echoing through time. But wait, here come the Etruscans, a non-Aryan people who flipped the script by subjugating the Aryan tribes instead. When Rome finally sauntered into the historical spotlight, it was just a small trading city at a Tiber ford, ruled by Etruscan kings. The old chronologies tell us Rome was founded in 753 BC, just a smidge after Carthage and a mere 23 years post-First Olympic Games. But those Etruscan tombs dug up in the Roman Forum tell a different story, hinting that Rome's roots run deeper. In that pivotal 6th century BC, the Etruscan kings were shown the door in 510 BC, and Rome transformed into an aristocratic republic, where the patricians ruled over the plebeians. It was a bit like a high school hierarchy, but with togas instead of letter jackets. The plebeians fought tooth and nail for a say in the government, a struggle not unlike the Greek battles between aristocracy and democracy. Eventually, they broke down the old barriers, making it possible for Rome to extend citizenship to more outsiders. While they were sorting out their internal squabbles, Rome was busy flexing its muscles abroad. The 5th century BC saw the Romans engaged in a not-so-glorious war with the Etruscans, struggling to capture the nearby fort of Veii. But then, fortune smiled upon them in 474 BC when the Etruscan fleet met its doom at the hands of the Greeks from Syracuse. To add insult to injury, a wave of Nordic invaders, the Gauls, crashed onto the Etruscans like an uninvited party guest. Caught between the Romans and the Gauls, the Etruscans vanished from history, and Veii finally fell to the Romans. The Gauls, in a dramatic entrance, sacked Rome in 390 BC, but they couldn't quite take the capital. A gaggle of geese, yes, geese, betrayed their night raid, and the Romans ended up buying off the invaders, sending them packing back north. Instead of weakening, this Gaulish raid seemed to invigorate Rome. They conquered the Etruscans and spread their influence across central Italy, from the Arno to Naples, all within a few short years. By 300 BC, they were becoming a notable power in the civilized world, just as Alexander's empire was crumbling. To the north, the Gauls were a fierce bunch, while to the south, the Greek cities of Magna Graecia were more concerned about the Romans than threatening them. Now enter Pyrrhus, a kinsman of Alexander, who had his sights set on Sicily and the Greek cities. With a modern army that included elephants, yes, elephants, he invaded Italy and handed the Romans a couple of defeats at Heraclea and Osculum. But just when he thought he was on a roll, the mighty city of Carthage, not wanting to lose its grip on Sicily, sent a fleet to back the Romans. Pyrrhus found himself in a pickle, and after a disastrous attempt to attack the Roman camp at Beneventum, he had to retreat back to Epirus, leaving the Gauls to continue their raids. And there you have it. A tale of power struggles, unexpected twists, and a few too many dramatic moments for comfort. History, my friend, is never short on bizarre stories. But this time, the Romans weren't just raiding down into Italy. Oh no, the frontier was like a fortress, too tough for anyone to breach. Instead, they were making their way through Illyria, which is now known as Serbia and Albania, heading toward Macedonia and Epirus. Poor Pyrrhus, after getting pushed back by the Romans, threatened at sea by the Carthaginians, and dealing with pesky Gauls back home, decided to pack it up and head home in 275 BC. Talk about a bad day at the office. And just like that, the power of Rome stretched all the way to the Straits of Messina. Now, on the Sicilian side of those straits was the Greek city of Messina, which, surprise, surprise, fell into the hands of a bunch of pirates. Because, of course, that's what you want, pirates running amok in your city. The Carthaginians, who were already the big shots in Sicily and buddies with Syracuse, swooped in to squash these pirates in 270 BC. They set up a garrison there, thinking they could keep things under control. But the pirates, feeling a bit salty about their situation, decided to complain to Rome. And guess what? Rome actually listened. So, there they were, the great trading power of Carthage and the new kids on the block, the Romans, staring each other down across the straits. Awkward, right? Then, in 264 BC, the real drama kicked off. The Punic Wars began. While this was happening, Asoka was just starting his reign in Behar, and Shirhuang was still a toddler. Meanwhile, the museum in Alexandria was busy doing its scientific thing, and the barbaric Gauls were off in Asia Minor, shaking down Pergamum for tribute. The world was still a big, disconnected place, and most folks probably only heard whispers of the epic showdown that would unfold over the next century and a half in Spain, Italy, North Africa, and the Western Mediterranean. It was a battle between the last stronghold of Semitic power and the rising star of Rome, a newcomer among the Aryan-speaking peoples. The echoes of that war still resonate today, with the rivalry of Aryan and Semite eventually morphing into the conflict of Gentile and Jew. Isn't history just a tangled web? The First Punic War kicked off over those pesky pirates in Messina and quickly escalated into a fight for control of all of Sicily, except for the territory of the Greek king of Syracuse. At first, the Carthaginians had the upper hand at sea, flaunting their massive quinquiremes ships with 5 banks of oars and a huge ram. I mean, can you imagine? It was like bringing a tank to a knife fight. But the Romans, bless their hearts, decided to step up their game. They didn't have much naval experience, but they were determined to outbuild the Carthaginians. They recruited Greek seamen and came up with some clever tactics like grappling and boarding to make up for their lack of seamanship. So when a Carthaginian ship tried to ram them, huge grappling irons would snag it, and Roman soldiers would swarm aboard like they were at a frat party. At Mylae in 260 BC and Ecnomus in 256 BC, the Carthaginians faced some serious defeats. They managed to repel a Roman landing near Carthage but suffered a catastrophic loss at Palermo, where they lost 104 elephants. Yes, elephants. Can you imagine the spectacle of that triumphal procession through the Forum? But then, things took a turn. The Romans faced 2 defeats, but they bounced back. The last naval forces of Carthage were defeated in a final showdown at the Battle of the Aegacian Isles in 241 BC, and Carthage was forced to sue for peace. They ceded all of Sicily, except for the territories of Hiero, king of Syracuse, to the Romans. For 22 years, Rome and Carthage kept the peace, which was a miracle considering both had their hands full with domestic issues. The Gauls were back in Italy, threatening Rome so much so that they panicked and offered human sacrifices to the gods. Spoiler alert, it didn't work. They were eventually routed at Telamon. Meanwhile, Rome was expanding its territory all the way to the Alps and down the Adriatic coast to Illyria. Carthage, on the other hand, was dealing with revolts in Corsica and Sardinia, showing far less resilience. Then, in a classic case of you poked the bear, Rome seized and annexed those 2 rebellious islands. Spain was still Carthaginian territory up to the river Ebro, and any crossing of that river by the Carthaginians was considered an act of war. So, in 218 BC, the Carthaginians, led by the brilliant young general Hannibal, crossed the Ebro, and the Second Punic War kicked off. Hannibal marched his army from Spain over the Alps into Italy, rallying the Gauls against the Romans and wreaking havoc for 15 years. He handed the Romans some of their worst defeats at Lake Trasimene and Cannae. It was like a game of chess where the Romans were always 3 moves behind. But even with all that success, Hannibal couldn't capture Rome itself. A Roman army landed at Marseilles, cutting off his supply lines, and he was eventually forced to defend Carthage against a Roman invasion. In 202 BC, Hannibal faced his first defeat at the Battle of Zama, courtesy of Scipio Africanus the Elder. That battle wrapped up the Second Punic War, with Carthage surrendering Spain, her war fleet, and paying a hefty indemnity. They even had to hand over Hannibal, but he managed to escape and fled to Asia. In a twist of fate, he took poison to avoid capture by his relentless enemies. For 56 years, Rome and the now shorn city of Carthage enjoyed a fragile peace. During that time, Rome expanded its empire, gobbling up confused and divided Greece, invading Asia Minor, and defeating Antiochus III at Magnesia in Lydia. They turned Egypt, still under the Ptolemies, and most of the small states of Asia Minor into allies, or as we'd call them today, protected states. Meanwhile, Carthage, though weakened, was slowly regaining some of her former glory. But that revival sparked the Romans' jealousy and suspicion. In one of the most ridiculous acts of aggression, Rome attacked Carthage over the flimsiest of excuses in 149 BC. Carthage put up a fierce fight, enduring a long siege before being stormed in 146 BC. The street fighting was brutal, lasting 6 days, and when the citadel finally fell, only about 50,000 of the original 250,000 Carthaginians were left alive. They were sold into slavery, and the city was burned and meticulously destroyed. The blackened ruins were plowed and sown, a symbolic act of erasure. And so ended the Third Punic War, with the last remnants of the Semitic states and cities fading into history. That had thrived in the world 5 centuries earlier, only one little country managed to stay free under its own rulers. And that was Judea. They had kicked the Seleucids to the curb and were now under the rule of the Maccabean princes. By this time, they were almost done putting together their Bible, and they were busy crafting the unique traditions of the Jewish world as we know it today. Now, it's pretty natural for the Carthaginians, Phoenicians, and their buddies scattered across the globe to find a common bond in their nearly identical language and this literature filled with hope and courage. They were still the traders and bankers of the world, after all. The Semitic world was more like a soggy sponge submerged rather than replaced. Jerusalem, which has always been more of a symbol than the actual center of Judaism, fell into Roman hands in 65 BC. After a roller coaster of quasi-independence and revolts, the Romans decided to lay siege to the city in 70 AD and, after a stubborn struggle, they captured it. The temple? Gone. Poof. A later rebellion in 132 AD sealed the deal, and the Jerusalem we know today was rebuilt later under Roman supervision. They even plopped a temple to Jupiter, Capitolinus right where the temple used to be, and, surprise surprise, Jews were banned from living in the city. Now let's talk about the rise of the Roman Empire. This new Roman power that emerged to dominate the Western world in the 2nd and 1st centuries BC was a whole different beast compared to the empires that came before it. It wasn't a monarchy at first, nor was it the brainchild of some big-name conqueror. Sure, it wasn't the first Republican empire. Athens had its moment in the sun, and Carthage was running the show in Sardinia, Corsica, and most of Spain and Sicily when it tangled with Rome. But here's the kicker. It was the first Republican empire that didn't just fizzle out and instead went on to evolve. The heart of this new empire was way out west, far from the ancient centers of power like Mesopotamia and Egypt. This westward location allowed Rome to bring fresh regions and peoples into the fold. They stretched their influence all the way to Morocco and Spain, and soon enough, they were pushing northwest into what we now call France and Belgium, and northeast into Hungary and South Russia. But, and there's always a but, they couldn't quite hold on to Central Asia or Persia because, well, those places were just too far from their administrative hubs. So, they ended up incorporating a whole bunch of fresh Nordic Aryan-speaking folks, nearly all the Greek people in the world, and their population was less heavily influenced by Hamitic and Semitic cultures than any previous empire. For centuries, this Roman Empire didn't fall into the same old grooves that swallowed up the Persians and Greeks so quickly. It was like they were on a different timeline, evolving and changing. The rulers of the Medes and Persians got completely Babylonized in just a generation, adopting the tiara of the King of Kings and the temples of his gods. Alexander and his successors followed suit, and the Seleucid monarchs were just a mirror image of Nebuchadnezzar. The Ptolemies? They became pharaohs, fully embracing their Egyptian side. But the Romans? They ruled from their own city and clung to their own laws for centuries. The only folks who had any significant mental influence on them before the 2nd or 3rd century AD were their Greek cousins. So, the Roman Empire was essentially a first attempt at ruling a massive territory along mainly Aryan lines. It was a fresh pattern in history, an expanded Aryan republic. The old story of a personal conqueror ruling over a capital city that grew around a harvest god didn't apply here. Sure, the Romans had their gods and temples, but like the Greeks, their deities were more like quasi-human immortals, divine patricians. They even had blood sacrifices, yes, even human ones during tough times probably learned from their dusky Etruscan teachers. But until Rome was well past its prime, neither priests nor temples played a significant role in their history. The Roman Empire was a wild, unplanned growth, like a weed in a garden. The Roman people found themselves unwittingly engaged in a vast administrative experiment. And let's be real, it can't be called a successful experiment. In the end, their empire collapsed completely. It morphed and changed more in 100 years than Bengal, Mesopotamia, or Egypt did in 1,000. It was always in flux, never settling down. In a way, the experiment failed, but it also remains unfinished, with Europe and America still grappling with the riddles of world governance first tackled by the Romans. It's crucial for history buffs to remember the immense changes not just politically, but socially and morally that unfolded during Roman rule. There's a tendency to think of Roman rule as this polished, stable, noble, and decisive thing. But let's face it, Macaulay's _lays of ancient Rome _SPQR, the elder Cato, the Scipios, Julius Caesar, Diocletian, Constantine the Great, triumphs, speeches, gladiatorial games, and Christian martyrs all get jumbled together into a picture that's high and cruel and dignified. But those pieces, they need to be untangled. They come from different points in a process of change far deeper than what separates the London of William the Conqueror from the London of today. We can conveniently break down the expansion of Rome into 4 stages. The first stage kicked off after the sack of Rome by the Goths in 390 BC and continued until the end of the First Punic War in 240 BC. We can call this the stage of the assimilative republic. It was perhaps the finest, most characteristic stage in Roman history. The age-old squabbles between patricians and plebeians were winding down. The Etruscan threat had fizzled out, and no one was rolling in riches or drowning in poverty. Most folks were public-spirited. It was a republic much like the one the South African Boers had before 1900, or like the northern states of the American Union between 1800 and 1850, a free farmers' republic. At the start of the stage, Rome was just a tiny state, barely 20 miles square. They fought against sturdy but kindred states around them, not aiming for destruction but for coalescence. Their centuries of civil strife had schooled them in compromise and concessions. Some of the defeated cities became fully Roman, earning a voting share in the government, while others became self-governing, still holding onto their own identities. Of transformation, where the very fabric of Roman society began to unravel. Picture this: Rome, a sprawling empire, was like that one friend who just can't stop inviting people to the party. They set up garrisons filled with citizens at strategic points, like placing snacks in all the right spots to keep the guests happy. And colonies? Oh, they were popping up everywhere, each with its own set of privileges, like a buffet of benefits for the newly conquered folks. By 89 BC, every free inhabitant of Italy was granted citizenship. It was like the ultimate membership card to the Roman club. Fast forward to 212 AD, and every free man across the empire was given the right to vote in Rome's town meetings, assuming they could make the trek without losing a sandal or two. This expansion of citizenship was Rome's secret sauce for growth, flipping the script on the old ways of conquest. Instead of just conquering and assimilating, they were now assimilating the conquered. But let's not get too cozy with this idea. After the First Punic War and the annexation of Sicily, things took a darker turn. Sicily was treated like a prized trophy, declared an estate of the Roman people. Its fertile lands and hard-working people were exploited to fill the coffers of Rome. The patricians and the more influential plebeians were raking in the riches, while the common soldier farmers were left in the dust, their farms falling into disrepair as they served in the military. Imagine coming back home to find your crops outcompete by SLV-grown produce from Sicily. The Republic was transforming, and not in a good way. The common man was now at the mercy of wealthy creditors and competitors. Rome had entered its second stage, the Republic of adventurous rich men. For 2 centuries, these soldier farmers had fought for their freedom and a say in their government, only to see it all slip away after the First Punic War. Their electoral privileges? Poof, gone. Now, let's talk about the governing bodies of this grand republic. First up, we have the Senate, a gathering of patricians and prominent figures summoned by powerful officials. Think of it as a Roman version of the British House of Lords, filled with landowners, politicians, and big business types. For 3 centuries, it was the heart of Roman political thought. Then there was the popular assembly, which was supposed to represent all citizens. But as Rome grew, so did the absurdity of trying to gather everyone together. It became a circus of political hacks and city riffraff, losing its power and influence over time. By the end of the Punic Wars, the popular assembly was little more than a shadow of its former self, a relic of what was once a check on the Senate's power. No one thought to elect delegates to represent the citizens. It's like having a party where everyone shows up but no one gets to speak. The common citizen was left in a dire situation, impoverished, often farmless, and politically powerless. With no real means to express their grievances, the people turned to strikes and revolts. The story of the 2nd and 1st centuries BC is a tale of futile revolutionary attempts. There were efforts to break up estates and restore land to the free farmers, proposals to abolish debts, and yes, plenty of revolts and civil wars. In 73 BC, things escalated with a massive SLV uprising led by Spartacus. Imagine a gladiator with a vendetta, rallying the slaves of Italy, some of whom were trained fighters. For 2 years, Spartacus held out in the crater of Vesuvius, which at the time seemed like a sleepy volcano. But this insurrection was crushed with brutal force, and 6,000 captured rebels were crucified along the Appian Way. Talk about a grim reminder of power dynamics. The common man never stood a chance against the forces that were crushing him. But the wealthy elite, in their victory, were laying the groundwork for a new power dynamic in Rome, the power of the army. Before the Second Punic War, Rome's army was made up of free farmers who marched into battle. Great for local skirmishes, but not so much for long campaigns. As the number of slaves grew and estates expanded, the supply of free-spirited farmers dwindled. Enter Marius, a popular leader who changed the game. North Africa had become a semi-barbaric kingdom, and Rome found itself in a messy conflict with Jugurtha, the king of Numidia. Marius was brought in to end this embarrassing war, and he did so by raising paid troops and training them rigorously. Jugurtha was eventually captured and paraded in chains through Rome. With Marius, we enter the third phase of Roman power, the Republic of the military commanders. And just like that, the stage was set for a new era, in which the leaders of the paid legions battled for control of the Roman world. Picture this: Marius, the tough-as-nails general, facing off against the aristocratic Sulla, who had once served under him in Africa. It's like a twisted family reunion gone horribly wrong. And let's just say, there were a lot of political opponents who didn't make it out alive. Thousands were proscribed and executed, their estates sold off like unwanted garage sale items. After this bloody rivalry and the chaos of Spartacus's revolt, we enter a new phase with heavyweights like Lucullus, Pompey the Great, Crassus, and Julius Caesar strutting around as the masters of armies. Crassus, the guy who took down Spartacus, was a bit of a big deal. Lucullus, on the other hand, went on a shopping spree in Asia Minor, snagging some serious wealth before deciding to retire. But Crassus, in his quest for glory, decided to poke the bear that was Persia and ended up getting himself killed by the Parthians. Oops. Then, in a dramatic twist worthy of a soap opera, Pompey and Caesar had a falling out after Crassus met his untimely end. Pompey, ever the Republican, tried to bring Caesar to trial for breaking the law. But here's the kicker. It was illegal for a general to bring his troops outside their command, and the boundary between Caesar's command and Italy was the Rubicon. In 49 BC, Caesar crossed that river, declaring, "The die is cast," and marched straight toward Pompey and Rome. Talk about a bold move. Now, back in the day, when Rome was in a pickle, they'd elect a dictator with nearly unlimited powers to steer the ship through the storm. After Caesar took down Pompey, he was named dictator first for 10 years and then, in 45 BC, for life. That's right, he basically became the monarch of the empire. There was even talk of a king, a term that sent shivers down Roman spines since they'd booted the Etruscans 5 centuries earlier. Caesar, however, was not keen on the title but did adopt the throne and scepter. And let's not forget his little jaunt to Egypt, where he fell head over heels for Cleopatra, the last of the Ptolemies. She must have been quite the distraction because he returned to Rome with the Egyptian idea of a god-king in tow. His statue was ekted in a temple, labeled "to the unconquerable god." How's that for ego? But the flickering flame of republicanism in Rome wasn't ready to go out just yet. Caesar met his end in the Senate, stabbed to death at the foot of Pompey's statue. Talk about poetic justice. 13 more years of power struggles followed, leading to a second triumvirate with Lepidus, Mark Antony, and Octavian Caesar, Julius's nephew. Octavian, unlike his uncle, wasn't interested in being a god or king. He took the poorer western provinces, where the best legions were recruited, and in 31 BC, he defeated Mark Antony at the naval battle of Actium, making himself the sole master of the Roman world. But here's where it gets interesting. Octavian restored freedom to the Senate and the people of Rome. He turned down the title of dictator and instead accepted the title of princeps and Augustus. So, he became Augustus Caesar, the first of the Roman emperors, ruling from 27 BC to 14 AD. After him came Tiberius, then a parade of emperors like Caligula, Claudius, and Nero, all the way up to Trajan and Hadrian. These emperors were made by the legions, and let's be real, some of them were taken out by the very soldiers who put them in power. As time went on, the Senate began to fade into the background, replaced by the emperor and his officials. The empire's boundaries stretched further, with most of Britain added and Transylvania becoming a new province. Trajan even crossed the Euphrates. Hadrian, in a move that echoes the past, built walls to keep out the northern barbarians, one across Britain and another between the Rhine and the Danube. He even abandoned some of Trajan's conquests. And just like that, the expansion of the Roman Empire came to a halt. Between Rome and China, the 2nd and 1st centuries BC marked a significant shift in human history. Mesopotamia and the eastern Mediterranean were no longer the center of attention. Sure, they were still fertile and bustling, but they had lost their dominance. And just like that, the world was changing. Power had drifted like a lazy river, meandering to the west and the east. Two colossal empires now ruled the world. This new Roman Empire, flexing its muscles, and the reborn Empire of China, strutting its stuff like it owned the place. Rome stretched its influence all the way to the Euphrates River, but that was as far as it could go, too remote, too far away. Beyond the Euphrates lay the remnants of the once mighty Persian and Indian realms, now under the thumb of various new masters. Meanwhile, China was in the midst of its Han dynasty, having kicked the Tiesin dynasty to the curb after the death of Shi Huangdi. The Han were busy expanding their reach across Tibet and over the high mountain passes of the Pamirs into western Turkestan. But even they hit a wall too far, too much. At this point, China was the creme de la creme of political systems, the biggest and most organized in the world, outshining Rome at its peak in both size and population. It's wild to think that these two vast empires could thrive simultaneously, blissfully unaware of each other's existence. Communication was still in the Stone Age, both by sea and land, so they never really clashed directly. But oh, did they influence the fate of the lands in between them? Central Asia and India felt the ripple effects profoundly. A trickle of trade made its way through, like a slow leak from a faucet, with camel caravans crossing Persia and ships skirting the Indian coast and the Red Sea. In 66 BC, Roman troops, led by Pompey, who was basically the ancient equivalent of a rock star, followed in the footsteps of Alexander the Great, marching up the eastern shores of the Caspian Sea. Fast forward to 102 AD, and a Chinese expeditionary force under Pan Chao reached the Caspian too, sending emissaries to check out the Roman power scene. But it would take centuries before these two parallel worlds would finally connect in any meaningful way. Now, to the north of these great empires lay wild, barbaric wildernesses. What we now call Germany was mostly dense forests, stretching far into Russia, home to the gigantic aurochs. Think of a bull the size of a small elephant. North of the great mountain ranges of Asia was a patchwork of deserts, steppes, and frozen lands. And in the east you had the Great Triangle of Manchuria, a place where the climate was as unpredictable as a cat on a hot tin roof. One minute it could support lush pastures and farming, and the next it was a parched wasteland of drought. The western part of this barbaric north, from the German forests to South Russia and Turkestan, was the cradle of the Nordic peoples and the Aryan language. Meanwhile, the eastern steppes and deserts of Mongolia were home to the Huns, Mongolians, Tartars, and Turks, basically a family reunion of folks who shared language, race, and lifestyle. The Nordic tribes were always overflowing their borders, pushing south into the civilizations of Mesopotamia and the Mediterranean coast, while the Huns sent their surplus down into China as wanderers, raiders, and conquerors. PRDS of plenty in the north meant more mouths to feed, and when the grass dried up or cattle got sick, those hungry warriors would head south in search of greener pastures. For a time, both empires were strong enough to hold back the barbarians, even pushing the boundaries of imperial peace. The Han Empire was relentless in its push from North China into Mongolia, with Chinese farmers following behind, plowing up grasslands and claiming winter pastures. The Huns raided and pillaged, but the Chinese retaliated with punitive expeditions that made the nomads reconsider their life choices. Settle down and become tax-paying farmers, or keep wandering in search of fresh summer pastures. Some chose the former and got absorbed into the Chinese way of life, while others drifted northeast over the mountain passes into western Turkestan. This westward push of the Mongolian horsemen began around 200 BC, creating pressure on the Aryan tribes, who in turn were eyeing the Roman frontiers, ready to pounce at the first sign of weakness. The Parthians, who were basically a mix of Scythian and Mongolian, made their way to the Euphrates by the 1st century BC, clashing with Pompey during his eastern escapades. They even managed to defeat and kill Crassus. Talk about a bad day at the office. They replaced the Seleucid monarchy in Persia with their own dynasty, the Ars-Acid dynasty, which had roots dating back to before Shi Huangdi. But for a while, the path of least resistance for these hungry nomads wasn't to the west or east but through Central Asia, then southeast through the Khyber Pass into India. And India? Well, it became the unfortunate recipient of the Mongolian drive during these centuries of Roman and Chinese strength. A parade of raiding conquerors swept down through the Punjab, wreaking havoc and destruction. The empire of Asoka crumbled, and for a time, Indian history slipped into darkness. A certain Kushan dynasty, founded by the Indo-Scythians, one of those raiding peoples, took over North India and managed to maintain a semblance of order. These invasions continued for centuries, and by the 5th century AD, India was under siege from the Ephthalites or White Huns, who demanded tribute from the small Indian princes and kept the region in a state of terror. Every summer, these Ephthalites would pasture in western Turkestan, and every autumn, they'd come down through the passes to wreak havoc in India. Then, in the 2nd century AD, disaster struck both the Roman and Chinese empires, a pestilence of unprecedented virulence. It raged for 11 years in China, throwing society into chaos. The Han dynasty fell, ushering in a new age of division and confusion that wouldn't see any real recovery until the 7th century AD with the rise of the Tang dynasty. This infection spread like wildfire through Asia to Europe, wreaking havoc throughout the Roman Empire from 164 to 180 AD. It seriously weakened the Roman imperial structure, leading to reports of depopulation in the provinces and a noticeable decline in the vigor and efficiency of government. And so, we find ourselves at a turning point. The frontier was no longer this impenetrable wall. It was starting to crumble. First here, then there. Enter the Goths, a new Nordic crew hailing from Gothland in Sweden. They weren't just sitting around knitting sweaters. They migrated across Russia, hit the Volga region, and then decided, hey, why not take to the seas and try our hand at piracy? By the end of the 2nd century, they were feeling the pressure from the Huns pushing westward. In 247, they crossed the Danube in a massive land raid, taking out Emperor Decius in a battle that would make any history buff raise an eyebrow, right in what we now call Serbia. Meanwhile, in 236, the Franks decided they were done playing nice and broke through the lower Rhine. The Alemanni, not to be outdone, flooded into Alsace. The Roman legions in Gaul managed to hold their ground for a bit, but the Goths were relentless, raiding the Balkan Peninsula over and over again. And just like that, the province of Dacia disappeared from Roman history. You could almost hear the collective gasp of Roman pride deflating. By 270 to 275, Rome, which had been this open, secure city for 3 centuries, suddenly decided it needed a makeover thanks to Emperor Aurelian, who fortified the place like it was a medieval castle. Now, before we dive into the juicy details of how this mighty Roman Empire, built over 2 centuries BC and basking in peace and security since the days of Augustus Caesar, fell into chaos, let's take a moment to peek into the lives of the everyday folks living in this sprawling realm. We're talking about 2,000 years ago, and life for these civilized people under the peace of Rome and the peace of the Han dynasty was starting to look a lot like our own lives today. Coined money? Oh, it was all the rage. Outside the priestly circles, there were plenty of independent folks who weren't government officials or priests. People were traveling more freely than ever, with roads and inns popping up like mushrooms after a rainstorm. Compared to the ancient times before 500 BC, life had loosened up quite a bit. Back then, civilized folks were pretty much tied to their land, traditions, and a very limited view of the world. Only the nomads were out there trading and exploring. But let's not kid ourselves, neither the Roman peace nor the Han peace meant everyone was living in perfect harmony. There were huge local differences, and cultural inequalities were as common as bad hair days. Roman garrisons and colonies were scattered across the landscape, worshipping Roman gods and babbling in Latin. But in places where towns and cities had existed before the Romans showed up, they kept on doing their thing, managing their own affairs and, for a time, worshipping their own gods in their own quirky ways. Take Greece, Asia Minor, and Egypt, for instance. The Latin language never really took hold there. Greek was the boss, ruling with an iron fist. Saul of Tarsus, who later became the Apostle Paul, was a Jew and a Roman citizen, but guess what? He spoke and wrote in Greek, not Hebrew. Even at the Parthian court, which had kicked the Greek Seleucids to the curb, Greek was the language of choice. In some parts of Spain and North Africa, the Carthaginian language hung on longer than a bad smell, even after Carthage was toast. Seville, for example, was thriving long before anyone had even heard of Rome. It kept its Semitic goddess and language alive for generations, despite a colony of Roman veterans just a stone's throw away. Septimius Severus, who ruled from 193 to 211 AD, spoke Carthaginian as his first language. He learned Latin later like it was some foreign tongue. And his sister? She never bothered with Latin at all. She ran her Roman household in Punic. Now, in places like Gaul, Britain, and provinces like Dacia, now roughly Romania and Pannonia, which is Hungary south of the Danube, where there weren't any grand cities or temples before the Romans rolled in, things got a little more Latinized. The Roman Empire civilized these regions for the first time, creating cities and towns where Latin became the dominant language and Roman customs were the new cool. The languages we know today, Romanian, Italian, French, and Spanish, are all little reminders of this Latin expansion. Northwest Africa also got a hefty dose of Latin, while Egypt, Greece, and the eastern parts of the empire remained steadfast in their own cultures and spirits. Even in Rome, educated folks were picking up Greek as the language of the elite, with Greek literature and learning being all the rage because who doesn't want to sound sophisticated at dinner parties? In this eclectic empire, the ways of working and doing business were as varied as the people themselves. Agriculture was still the main gig, but let's talk about how that changed. In Italy, those sturdy free farmers who were the backbone of the early Roman Republic were replaced by estates worked by slaves after the Punic Wars. The Greek world had its own methods of farming, from the Arcadian plan where every free citizen toiled away, to Sparta, where working was seen as a disgrace and agricultural tasks were left to a special class of slaves known as helots. But that was ancient history now. Across most of the Hellenized world, the estate system and SLV gangs had taken over. These agricultural slaves were often captives who spoke different languages, making it hard for them to communicate or band together. They had no rights, no education, most couldn't even read or write. Even though they made up a large chunk of the population, they never managed to pull off a successful uprising. The insurrection of Spartacus in the 1st century BC was a rebellion of those special gladiator slaves. Not your average agricultural worker. The agricultural laborers in Italy during the later Republic and early Empire faced some horrific treatment. They were chained at night to prevent escape or had half their heads shaved to make it tricky to blend in. They couldn't have wives of their own and were often subjected to unspeakable horrors at the hands of their masters. A master could sell a SLV to fight wild beasts in the arena, and if a SLV killed his master, well, all the slaves in that household were crucified, not just the one who did the deed. In some parts of Greece, like Athens, the life of a SLV wasn't quite as grim, but it was still pretty awful. So when those barbarian invaders eventually broke through the Roman defenses, they didn't come as enemies. No, they rolled in like liberators, ready to shake things up. And if you ever find yourself wandering the ancient roads, just take a moment to notice the ruts worn by chariot wheels, a reminder of the lives that once traveled those paths. The SLV system, oh, it was a sprawling beast, creeping into nearly every industry and every type of work that could be done by a group of people. Picture this. Mines echoing with the clinks of picks, galleys rowed by weary slaves, roads being built by hands that were never free, and grand structures rising from the earth, all thanks to the relentless toil of those bound in chains. Almost all domestic service? Yep, you guessed it, performed by slaves. Now, there were some poor free men and freedmen wandering around the cities and countryside, trying to make a living for themselves. They were the artisans, the supervisors, the new money class, working hard to compete with their enslaved counterparts. But honestly, we have no idea how many of them there were. It probably varied like the weather, depending on where you were and when you looked. And let's not forget the different flavors of slavery. You had the kind where folks were chained up at night and whipped to work in the fields or quarries. And then there were the slaves who had a bit more freedom. Imagine a SLV who could cultivate his own patch of land, work his craft, and even have a wife, as long as he paid a little something to his master. Sounds like a raw deal, right? But hey, at least he got to keep his wife. Then there were armed slaves. Yes, you heard that right. When the Punic Wars kicked off in 264 BC, the Etruscan tradition of letting slaves fight for their lives made a comeback in Rome. It quickly became a fashionable pastime for the wealthy. Every big-shot Roman had a crew of gladiators, not just for the arena but as their personal bodyguards. Talk about a twisted version of keeping up with the Joneses. And let's not overlook the learned slaves. The conquests of the later Republic brought in a whole bunch of educated captives from Greece, North Africa, and Asia Minor. The tutor for a young Roman? Usually a SLV. A rich guy would have a Greek SLV as a librarian, secretaries, and even poets like pets, but with more talent and fewer fleas. In this world of slavery, the seeds of modern literary criticism were being sown. Can you believe it? Slaves were even bought, educated, and sold like fancy collectibles. They were trained as book copyists, jewelers, and skilled workers. But oh boy, the life of a SLV was a roller coaster ride over 400 years. In the 2nd century BC, war captives were everywhere, and the treatment was brutal. There was hardly a horror you could imagine that wasn't inflicted upon them. But fast forward to the 1st century AD, and things started to shift. Captives became rarer, and slaves were worth more. Owners began to realize that treating their slaves with a bit of respect actually made life easier for everyone involved. The moral compass of society was starting to point in a better direction. Restrictions on cruelty were introduced: no more selling slaves to fight beasts, and slaves were even given property rights in what was called their peculium. Wages were paid to encourage productivity, and a form of SLV marriage was recognized. In some regions, the nature of work changed, and slaves became serfs, paying their owners part of their produce or working during specific seasons. When you think about how the vast Latin and Greek-speaking Roman Empire was essentially a SLV state, it's a little mind-boggling. The majority of people had no pride or freedom, and family life? Well, it was practically non-existent. Homes were rare, schools and colleges were few and far between, and the concept of free will was as elusive as a good night's sleep. The grand roads, the ruins of magnificent buildings, and the legacy of law and power left behind for future generations? They were all built on the backs of thwarted wills and stifled intelligence. Even the elite, who ruled over this vast realm of oppression, were uneasy and unhappy. Art, literature, science, and philosophy, the fruits of free and happy minds, were wilting in this toxic atmosphere. Sure, there was a lot of copying and imitation, but the entire Roman Empire over 4 centuries produced nothing that could hold a candle to the bold intellectual achievements of Athens during its brief moment of glory. Athens crumbled under Roman rule, and the spirit of man seemed to be fading away. Now, let's talk about the religious landscape during this time. The soul of humanity under that Latin and Greek empire was a troubled one, filled with worry and frustration. Compulsion and cruelty were the norms, and while there was plenty of pride and show, true honor was scarce. The unfortunate were looked down upon, while the fortunate were restless, always chasing after fleeting pleasures. In many cities, life revolved around the blood-soaked excitement of the arena, where men and beasts clashed in a gruesome spectacle. Amphitheaters became the defining ruins of Roman life. The unease in people's hearts led to a profound religious unrest. From the moment those Aryan hordes broke into ancient civilizations, it was clear that the old gods of temples were either adapting or disappearing altogether. Over generations, agricultural societies shaped their lives around temple worship, filled with rituals, sacrifices, and mysteries. Their gods might seem bizarre to us now, but to them, these deities were as real as the dreams we have when we're half asleep. When one city-state conquered another, it often meant a change or renaming of gods, but the essence of worship remained intact. The figures in the dream changed, but the dream itself stayed the same. Even the early Semitic conquerors were close enough in spirit to the Sumerians that they adopted their religious practices without much fuss. Egypt, too, never really underwent a religious revolution, even under the Ptolemies and the Caesars. Temples, altars, and priesthoods, they all stayed pretty much Egyptian, you know? It's like when you're at a party and everyone's got their own weird vibe, but somehow you all manage to get along. As long as the conquests were between folks who shared similar social and religious habits, It was easier to smooth over the differences between the god of this temple and the god of that one. If they were similar enough, the priests would just say, "Hey, it's basically the same god, just with a different name." This blending of gods is called theocrasia. And let me tell you, the age of those epic conquests back in the 1,000 years before Christ was like a cosmic potluck of deities. Over vast stretches of land, local gods were either pushed aside or gobbled up by a more general god. So when those Hebrew prophets started shouting about one god of righteousness in Babylon, people were like, "Yeah, we've been waiting for this." But sometimes the gods were just too different to merge, and that's when they'd get all creative and group them together in some kind of relationship that made sense. Or at least made sense to them. Picture this, a female god, and trust me, the Aegean world was all about those mother gods before the Greeks showed up, gets hitched to a male god. Then you've got animal gods or star gods getting humanized, with their animal or celestial traits turned into some fancy ornament or symbol. Or, if a god belonged to a defeated people, they'd become the ultimate villain, the dark counterpart to the shiny, happy gods. The history of theology is like a messy family tree, full of adaptations, compromises, and rationalizations of once local gods. As Egypt transformed from a bunch of city-states into one big kingdom, theocrasia was all the rage. The chief god, if you will, was Osiris, a sacrificial harvest god who was basically the poster child for rebirth. Pharaohs were thought to be his earthly versions. Osiris was all about dying and rising again. He was the seed, the harvest, and, by some wild leap of logic, the key to human immortality. His symbols? Oh, just a little scarab beetle that buries its eggs only to rise again. And the sun, which sets just to rise again. Later, he got cozy with Apis, the sacred bull. Then there's the goddess Isis, who was also known as Hathor, the cow goddess, and the crescent moon, and the star of the sea. Talk about multitasking. Osiris dies, and she gives birth to Horus, who's also a hawk god and the dawn, and eventually grows up to become Osiris again. The statues of Isis? They show her cradling baby Horus while standing on a crescent moon. Not exactly a logical family tree, but hey, it's got that dreamlike quality that makes you go, what even is reality? Beneath this trio, there lurked darker Egyptian gods, bad gods, like the dog-headed Anubis and the shadows of the night, devourers and tempters, enemies of both gods and men. Every religion eventually molds itself to fit the human soul, and there's no denying that out of these bizarre symbols, the Egyptians found genuine ways to express their devotion and seek comfort. Their desire for immortality was as strong as a toddler's grip on candy, and the whole religious life in Egypt revolved around that longing. As Egypt fell to foreign conquerors, and their gods lost their political clout, that craving for an afterlife filled with compensations only intensified. After the Greeks rolled in, Alexandria became the new hotspot for Egyptian religious life, and really the whole Hellenic world. Ptolemy the First built this grand temple called the Serapeum, where a sort of divine trinity was worshipped. Serapis, who was basically Osiris Apis in a new outfit, Isis, and Horus. They weren't seen as separate gods but rather three faces of one god, with Serapis being likened to Zeus, Jupiter, and the Persian sun god. This worship spread like wildfire wherever Greek influence reached, even all the way to North India and Western China. The idea of immortality, especially one filled with compensations and consolation, was like a warm blanket for a world that was often pretty miserable. Serapis was dubbed the savior of souls. Hymns from that time sang sweetly, "After death, we're still in his care." And Isis? She had a whole fan club. Her images adorned temples, showing her as the queen of heaven, holding baby Horus close. Candles flickered before her, votive offerings piled up, and shaven priests dedicated to celibacy tended to her altar. Then came the rise of the Roman Empire, which opened the doors for this growing cult. Temples dedicated to Serapis and Isis, along with the chants of priests and the promise of eternal life, followed the Roman standards all the way to Scotland and Holland. But, of course, there were rivals to the Serapis-Isis religion. Enter Mithraism, a Persian-born religion centered around some long-lost mysteries about Mithras sacrificing a sacred bull. This was like stepping back into the primal ooze of human culture, where blood sacrifices were the norm. In Mithraic art, the bull bleeds profusely from a wound in its side, and from that blood, new life springs forth. Initiates of Mithraism would actually bathe in the blood of the sacrificial bull. Yes, you heard that right. Underneath the scaffolding where a bull was killed, they'd let the blood rain down on them. Both these religions, along with many others vying for the attention of the slaves and citizens under the early Roman emperors, were all about personal salvation and immortality. The older religions, they were more about the community. They focused on the god or goddess of the city first, and the individual second. Sacrifices were public affairs, aimed at collective needs in this world. But the Greeks and Romans, they had pushed religion out of politics, retreating to the other world, guided by the Egyptian tradition. These new personal immortality religions stripped the heart and emotion from the old state religions, but they didn't completely replace them. A typical city under the early Roman emperors would have a whole bunch of temples dedicated to various gods. You might find a temple to Jupiter, the big cheese of Rome, and probably one for the reigning Caesar, because why not? The Caesars learned from the pharaohs that they could be gods too. In these temples, worship was cold and formal. People would make offerings and burn incense to show loyalty, but it was more like a bureaucratic checkbox than a heartfelt devotion. And that's where we'll leave our journey tonight, drifting among molten skies, ancient seas, and the first whispers of life. If you enjoyed this wander through deep time, don't forget to like the video and subscribe for more sleepy adventures through history. I'd love to hear what you thought, so share your dreams or thoughts down in the comments. Rest well, stay curious, and I'll see you in the next story. Good night, everyone.